Hello everybody, can you hear me? Is everything working well? It's been a long time since I did this, about 6 months or so I have enough time to forget everything that I'm supposed to do between these live streams. If you would like to just write something in the chat to let me know that the audio is good and all of that, that would be very appreciated. The reason it took a little bit of extra time to start the stream was because I couldn't really get the chat overlay to work. I've been without it for all of the streams so far because it was I was having technical difficulties at the beginning of every single one of them, and I'm hoping I have fixed it now, but I'm really not sure. And I have to say that the fact that nobody's writing in chat is quite worrisome. I don't know what... Sounds good. That's good to hear. It doesn't look very good for my chat overlay on the video feed, so I think we're just going to have to live with the chat being to the side for the whole duration of this stream, but that should be fine. What I was hoping was that the chat would be able to pop up next to my face or above my face. But the audio is good. Hello everybody, hello to Spiked Reptiles, you were here even before the stream started. Fried crickets ready, that sounds like an excellent snack. Natura, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure which of the vivariums is yours because I don't have everybody's names memorized. But it should be good. I think most of the submitted vivariums were quite good this time, so you don't have to be that nervous. And good evening to Rob Carney and Jonah, Dave Manning, Abe Gutierrez, and Herbs Forever. Well, without further ado, I think that it's time to get going, so it's time for me to try to switch up the scene here, to hope that all of the technical details are working. Whoa, I can actually see the chat on the stream right now. The issue is that it's like a 2-minute delay, because I just saw... it's a very long delay, but it seems like the chat overlay actually worked, so all of this delay of the whole live stream of me not being able to figure out what's wrong has apparently been for nothing, because it seems like it just worked all along. I just have to check if I can adjust the delay manually, because that would be quite helpful, I think. So how's everybody's day going? Are you still in school, at work, or do you have some free time? Have you been doing anything fun lately that you want to tell us about while I try to just get the technical details under control? There was my dashboard. Why can I not? There we have the chat box. Okay, I have no idea how to change the delay of the chat overlay, so that will just we're gonna have to live with that, and it's going to be fine. Cutting glass for a vivarium top as I listen, that sounds great. You're getting frogs in a couple of days, then the days waiting can be quite long, but once you get there it's going to be extremely fun. What frogs are you getting? If you don't mind me asking. It's always fun to hear. Okay, while we are waiting for a response there, I think that it's time to get going. So, welcome to Vivarium Viewer Vivarium review of summer 2025. I have been doing this as a New Year's tradition once a year because I think the interest is just going to go way down if I do them too often. But I decided to do one now anyway, since I don't have anything better to do. Phyllobates vittatus, that's a great choice for a nice frog. We're going to see some Phyllobates vittatus vivariums today, I think. But without further ado, let's see what the first one is. And I have already seen the first person who submitted their vivarium in the chat today. So this one is from Spiked Reptiles. He submitted his enclosure last time, and I don't remember what rating I gave it then, so it would be really funny if I gave it something else now. But here you can see, I think this is his Borneo biotope, which houses Rhacophorus reinvarti, I guess. I'm not really used to pronouncing the Latin names which aren't dart frogs. But these are black-webbed flying frogs, and this is a build that I'm rather familiar with because this guy is actually Swedish, so he, actually posts things on the same forums as me, so this is one of the builds that I've seen quite a bit, and we also saw it 6 months ago when I made the New Year's edition of this live stream. I don't remember what I said back then, so I suppose I will just say roughly the same things now. It's a really good looking setup, and it has some really awesome trees that you can see here. I think they were made using some type of expanding foam and some chicken wire stuff, and then covered in concrete, so somewhat similar to the big tree that I have behind me right here that I built on the channel, but this one was more so decoration concrete, which is more easy to shape if I remember correctly. And of course we have Spiked Reptiles here in the chat, so he can chime in on that if I'm saying anything wrong. But I think this is a very interesting method of making a cool looking background, and I will probably be looking at that decoration concrete at some point in the future. And it was also painted with the same make color fix that I used in my tanks, if I remember correctly. And it's really funny seeing a chat message saying that is some cool wood, because I don't think there is any real wood in here besides maybe this branch, I don't know. But when you get those comments, that's the best grade you can get. It's like when I got some comment on my tree saying, "Where did you buy it?" And then I thought, well, I guess I've succeeded. It would be even better if somebody asked what type of tree is it, because then it's really a real thing. And I also see somebody chat mentioning great lighting, which it certainly is. When I light my vivariums, I just buy the cheapest light bulbs I can find, and if they're 6500 Kelvin, then that's all I care about. But I think this guy has changed his lights many different times. I think that's what I remember seeing from all the times I've seen this enclosure posted in forums. He says he'll be doing an in-depth tutorial on the trees this year. I suppose he's doing another build with them perhaps. So you should definitely check out Spiked Reptiles on YouTube. You can hear the Leucomelas calling. I can't see them though. Or I can see him, but I don't think you can see him on the camera. He's up in the far corner. That's another one of them. I think it's two different males having a competition. Well, you should definitely check out Spiked Reptiles, because he has some really cool tanks, and I think he's looking into doing more tutorials in the future. That said, I think he sent more pictures than one. I have decided that next time I'm doing this, I'm going to say 1 image per person, because this time I said max 3. The first time I didn't have an upper limit, so some person just sent me like 20 images, and I was like, what am I going to do with this? Next time it's only 1 per contribution, I think. Maybe 2 if I'm feeling really generous, because then that will be a lot easier to review. But it is also kind of cool to see some different angles. You can actually see a frog sitting here at the top, one of the flying frogs. There were also some Rasporas in the water feature, which I just completely forgot to mention. But I think this is a really cool looking tank. We're starting out strong. I was considering if I was just going to rate them out of 10 or if I was going to have like a point system. Oh, this is also a different tank. I didn't finish that previous sentence I was in the middle of. But yeah, now I remember. He sent 3 images, and this one houses fire-bellied toads. But for every person who sent multiple setups, I'm only going to rate their best one. And while this is really lush and beautiful, I think we can probably agree that this is the cooler setup of the two. Even though it's not completely grown in yet, it's a bit more of a unique one. So I think we're going to rate this one. So what I was saying earlier is that Stormtrooper in the back. Have I missed something? I don't see the Stormtrooper, but please enlighten me about what I'm missing. I was thinking either I was just going to give them a score out of 10, or I was going to give them an animal suitability score out of 5 and then an aesthetic score out of 5, and just add them up so it's still a score out of 10. So in terms of the animal's sake, I don't know that much about tree frogs, but I think they are having a good time in here. If I remember correctly, there's like a dripping system and all of that in the tank. So I guess it's definitely a 5 out of 5 for from the animal's perspective. And aesthetically, I mean, it's not completely grown in yet. You can't say that it's a completely complete tank, if I'm being honest yet, but it has such a great background, really good starting point. So I think it's definitely a 4 out of 5 in that regard. I'm going to have to be really harsh on the aesthetics rating, because I think almost everybody is going to get a 5 from the animal's perspective. So then the aesthetics is the only thing that can set them apart, and if I'm really kind on that one, I'm only going to be handing out 9s and 10s all day, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to have to be really harsh on the aesthetics, and I'm still giving this one a 4 out of 5. So I guess that lands it on a 9 out of 10. I have no idea what I gave this last time. Maybe Spiked Reptiles remembers, but I think that's a reasonable first score. But now it's going to be fun to see some new setups, which I have only looked at briefly this morning, that I don't know as well as this one. That was a nice stutter from me. But okay, time to move on to the next setup. Well done, Spiked Reptiles, and check him out on YouTube and Instagram. Here we have the second submission. This one houses a trio of Dendrobates auratus Costa Rica. And it also said that the tank is about 6 months old, and if I remember correctly, I think this was their first vivarium, but I'm not completely sure. Yeah, and these pictures were some close-ups of the frogs, and you can also see the plants and the leaf litter from slightly different angles. You can see some nice, really tiny leaves, which I suppose are Peperomia and Marginella, and once the tank has been set up for more than 6 months, I can tell you for sure that that plant is going to be even more prevalent in the setup, and you're going to have quite a bit of it, so that's a really awesome plant choice. I was considering if I was going to put up their notes, because a lot of people wrote some fun things to me about the story of their setup, so I have to bring that out on my phone if I want to check those. Wherever this one is. Yeah, this one only said that he was new to the hobby, and it also said the tank measurements, it was 80 by 50 by 50 centimeters, which is somewhat reasonable to guess from these images as well. It's a big tank for a trio of Dendrobates, and they're certainly very happy in there, so that's always great to see when people aren't I don't know the English word, are simply generous with the space. I was looking for the opposite word of generous, but I can't come up with it. But yeah, this was your first tank, and I think it's an excellent start. We have some nice bromeliads in here. We have some cool philodendrons. Maybe this philodendron verrucosum in the middle is kind of misplaced because it's very far from any background that it can grow up on. But at the same time, I do the same thing almost all the time myself, so I can't complain about that at all. It looks like you have some good moss growth going, but you still have plenty of leaves all around the place, so it's not soaking wet moss everywhere. It's still well spread out. I think did I miss some chat messages? What is the type of moss? I have no idea. You would have to ask this person. I myself use mostly aquarium mosses in my tanks, but I have no idea. And somebody also asked what the round things on the ground are. You can often buy these kinds of various botanicals from some online websites that specialize in selling like leaf litter and plants for vivariums and stuff. So I'm guessing it's some of that, some like seed pots or whatever they are called. You can find various of these things and order them. I tried some, but they always ended up molding for some reason, so I haven't used that many of them. Molding with an O, not malding, even though I was certainly malding when I noticed that. But you have some nice Vrisha hieroglyphica, I think. This is probably my favorite bromeliad. Unfortunately, they grow really massive. I don't really know what else I'm supposed to say about it. It's been a while since I made this one. I see one comment asking if you would want a more vertical tank for Aradus. I haven't kept Aradus myself, so I really should shut up about this, but my understanding is that I would prefer a horizontal tank rather than a vertical one, because even though every single dart frog in the hobby will climb, a lot of people are saying, well, there aren't terrestrial and arboreal dart frogs, every single one of them will climb. Yes, but I would still argue that there are some that will utilize a horizontal tank a lot more than a vertical one. And I cannot speak for experience, but my understanding is that all of the Dendrobates are mostly terrestrial, so if you're choosing between, let's say, 90 by 45 or a 45 by 90, then I would pick the wider one, for instance, for all Dendrobates. With Leucomelas, some make an argument that they climb more than the others, but honestly, I shouldn't say anything about Aradus because I don't have them. But for the sake of the animals, I think there's absolutely nothing to complain about. And this whole 5+5 system that I have might be slightly unoptimal, because if it gets 5 points for the animals' sake, then it will either get like a 10 or I will have to be really harsh. So I suppose it results in too high scores. Maybe I should just scrap that. But I think this is an excellent start, especially for somebody who's new to the hobby. So I think I'm willing to give it... well, from the animals' perspective, there's absolutely nothing to complain about, and aesthetically it's a great start. Perhaps a few more smaller leaves for some of these areas with like exposed dirt can of course be added. I mostly see moss and really massive climbers. I don't really see any medium-sized ones. So if I was making this enclosure, I would probably have added like Begonia prismaticarpa, for instance. That's my most used plant because it's the exact leaf size that isn't really in this vivarium anywhere. But that's really just nitpicking. So I think an 8 out of 10 is reasonable, and I will probably have to scrap the 5+5 rating system because that's going to be quite annoying. But great start. I don't see anything to complain about, and it's only going to get better over time. So for now, I'm going to say an 8 out of 10 for this one. Really good job. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to switch the scene here instead. I see somebody asking how common black-webbed flying frogs are in the hobby. I have no idea. I don't think they're very common at all. I have no idea how Spiked Reptiles found his, but I don't think it's something that you see every day. Now it's time for a completely different animal. Now it's not a dart frog. Was this the only non-dart frog tank on the list? There's probably some more setup that's not for dart frogs. But this one houses a crested gecko, and it was named Luna. And I will also try to see if I can find the message to this one. It says, I used your mixture for the substrate and the vivarium has been running for about a month now, so it's rather freshly planted. and that was pretty much what that message says. The first thing I noticed when I saw this vivarium was the background. I have no idea what this is. It's some sort of clay thingy that seems to just have to just be attached to the back somehow, and there's quite a bit of cracks in it. I have seen people make backgrounds out of latex peat, but this is definitely not that, because that will be a lot more dark in color, but they just mix latex and peat together. So I'm actually quite confused by it, but I think it looks really good, and if it's an easy method of making a background, that might be something that I'm going to look into in the future. So if you're watching this, whoever sent me this, then please enlighten me either in the chat right now or in the comment section later, because I will be reading that, because I think that's definitely the most interesting part of this build. In terms of the planting and general scape, when I plant vivariums for crested geckos, I have a very different what do you say, philosophy or way of planting it than when I'm planting a tank for a dart frog. Because when I'm planting it for the dart frogs, of course it's good to utilize all of the extra volume of the tank, or whatever you say. But I still don't really care so much about using like every single liter or every single gallon of the tank in that quite same way. Whereas for a crested gecko, I typically try to just squeeze in as many branches as just physically possible. Because after all, they are arboreal animals that simply cannot utilize any empty air whatsoever. So I try to think, like, if you look at the tank from the side, and in this case you would have to ignore the background, even though the fact that you have a background is really, really great in the first place. But if you look at this one from the side and you ignore the background, then you can probably mostly see all the way through. Even though this is quite a wide tank, which makes it more difficult. So of course this isn't small by any means, and there's definitely enough things for the gecko to climb on. But I would almost like to claim that you can certainly squeeze in more branches in here. And given that this is a very new setup, I have no doubts that that might be the plan in the future. Who knows? But so that would be my main comment on this, is that you can always just add more plants. Then again, you've also chosen some very large plant species which are eventually going to grow like plants do. And of course, I suppose I'm the one who's preaching the idea that you should let your vivariums grow in over time, etc. Though kind of with the small caveats that I usually don't add animals right away. But if you were able to add some slightly larger plants, that would fill out a bit more empty space, because you can tell that here, for instance, and also kind of in here between the bromeliads, but especially here, you probably have a bunch of open air. And while it's maybe obvious that lizards cannot fly, it's something that's easy to forget about. But this is not a bad example at all, or a good example proving that point, because it's not bad enough enclosure. I think you get my point. This is it's still a great setup, and you have plenty of things to climb on, but it's still possible to add more. So what score are we going to give this one? I don't really know exactly. Maybe a 7 out of 10, perhaps. I have to be more harsh with the scores, because otherwise I'm just going to be handing out 8 or 9s all the time for the whole video, or the whole stream. I think a 7.5 is quite reasonable, because it's definitely a great setup, and I would be very happy as a crested gecko inside of it. I think I've missed some chat messages that I'm going to go through quickly. Do you have any new frogs, or are you planning some new species / builds? I have one new frog since the last collection tour, which is male Ophaga pumilio puntalarel. Last collection tour I only had 2 females, or at least 2 extremely quiet ones. And then I got a male, and he's calling all day. I did get eggs from them very quickly, but I don't think they have good enough water sources to have been able to take care of them that well yet. and I definitely want to get them into another tank. But that male Pumilio has been a really wonderful addition to the frog room. And those two females, when I didn't have the male, they were actually extremely inactive. So it's been really fun just getting a male, because they are completely different frogs now. I can usually spot all three of them, and they are always roaming around in the enclosure, having a good time. So that's been just as good as getting a new species, just getting a male for a species I already had, which made them a lot more active and fun to keep. And I guess I'm planning some build, which is not... I don't know how much I'm supposed to say. I'm planning a new build which is not in this room, or it's more major than a single new build, even though I don't have any concrete plans for a new build. And I suppose you will be able to guess what I'm trying to imply with all of that cryptic language. It's I may have some plans of not plants. I have some plants too, but may have some plans for moving in the not so distant future. So that will involve a new rack system, massive improvement to the animal room, so I can have everything that I keep in a much smaller and nicer looking area. So that, of course, I'm going to do plenty of content about that, probably very late this summer or early autumn or something. So you can definitely look forward to that. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be so fun. I'm trying to order aluminum racks right now. But that was a long answer to a short question. In that new setup, I will also have room for 2 more tanks. It's unbelievable how little space I can squeeze in my entire collection in. Can you give a tip for more color on big and small Ophagas, especially with red color Escudo, Solarte, Solanensis, Cubido, Bastimentos, and Red Frog Beach, Tado, Diablo, Whitefoot? And somebody already replied, use a bunch of carotenoids. I think you can just get carotenoid supplements, which is a good option. And besides that, I have one thing to add, which is that I bought some orange springtails. I think I did buy some like a year ago, and I didn't manage to keep them alive. And then I bought new a few months ago, which I was able to keep alive for a much longer time. Then everything started rotting, and I think they're all dying right now. But I got them from a guy who had given them to his completely orange... was it Salt Creek Pumilios, and they had turned bright red in a matter of months of him feeding them that. So the red springtails can apparently be useful, and I suppose they do contain carotenoids, and that's why they are that color simply. I think I might make a video on those red springtails as well in the future. May I ask what you're going to study after your graduation? I am taking a year off. And during that year I will be just working random jobs, as well as trying to do as much YouTube as I possibly can without running out of content. So which isn't immediately too monetary beneficial, but it will increase the passive income for years to come, which is quite nice. So you will see some more content from me, and then after taking a year off, I'm going to study something. I have considered global system at Chalmers, but now I don't know how much of my personal life I'm just going to leak like that. But yeah, I think that's most likely where I end up in a year or so. At least something like physics related, mostly. But now we are getting really off track, and it's time to review more setups. That was just supposed to be some short answers to a few questions in chat that I had missed, and now I have told my entire life's story. I think we gave this one a 7.5, and when the plants have grown in and a few more branches have been added, I think it can definitely become quite a bit higher. Now it's time for... Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Now it's time for the next setup. And here we have something, well, historic is the wrong word, but something that hasn't actually happened on the Vivarium review series yet. Actually, not this tank. This person sent 2 of their tanks. Yeah, these 2 images were sent by the same guy. And this is the first enclosure in Vivarium review history that I have seen in person, because this guy lives 20 minutes away from me or so, and I got some cork bark from him actually, and he's visited the frog room, and I think not all of his frogs are from me, because I don't keep variable southerns, but his Vitarus and his Phyllobates anthonii are actually from me, which is quite fun. So these are 2 setups. This is a slightly older one, which houses it houses 3 species, which is definitely pushing it, but it's not a large number of each species, and the Vitarus are also like juveniles pretty much. But this one houses Vitarus, variably southerns, and Mourning geckos. And it looks really tiny with all of these tiny plants. I think it's 45 by 45 by 60 centimeters, or 18 by 18 by 24 inches. Yeah, I've been in the American community for so long that I know all of the Exoterra measurements by heart. And I can even see Tuxen in the chat right now, so welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here watching. He's the guy who owns these tanks. But so this is his slightly older setup, housing these 3 species, and this is a much more new one. It looks like it's some kind of mold or a spiderweb or something right here, but it's just a fog, I think. And there are some very new, some hygrolon covered branch thingies. This tank also has a bit of a water feature, but it's more so a water dish with a pump and a waterfall in it, which, unless it's extremely well executed, is a better option than an integrated water part in the vivarium, since this one would get much easier to take out and clean or get rid of if it poses any issues in the first place. What was I going to say about these setups then? That's a great question. I was thinking a little bit this morning when I was looking through all of the submissions, but it's easy to forget. I still think that, given that this vivarium is so new, we're still going to review the older one, because that one is certainly the one that's more grown in and gets more of an honest chance than a very freshly planted one. And it's really funny because so many of these plants are from me, so it's fun to see them doing well. I will also say that I think this setup looked better in person than in images, even though this is a really nice snapshot of it where you can just see all of these tiny plants. But when you saw it in real life, this moss right here was really beautiful, and this moss patch was like much bigger than it looks here on the video. So I guess this one gets an unfair advantage in that sense. And then you can see some hygrolon sheets here on the back. It's a bit weird, they don't cover the whole thing, it's just like a square here. But then I think you were able to look in and see the frogs when they were behind the tree stump, so that's why it's some exposed glass here in the back. And same on this side. Some nice plants here. I guess this is an asparagus fern. I don't know if that's the name. I always find them very strange, and I have no idea what their real natural distribution are, if they're actually like rainforest plants or if it's something else. I have no idea, so I'm not going to hold that against you, but it's, I don't know, something to me is very funny about seeing them. I guess the plant choice in this tank that I'm not completely convinced by is this Alocasia Jacqueline, because Alocasias tend to really outgrow tanks fairly quickly. But then again, it doesn't really matter if it stays nice looking for a while, and it's not impossible to just trim off the biggest leaves. It just tends to be a bit less nice to keep in your tank than, let's say, a philodendron or something. But I think this tank is a great example of, as we say in Swedish, man tager vad man haver, or I don't know, you take what you have, simply, because it's a lot of different little things thrown together. Some random hygralon, nice big oak piece, I think this is, and just kind of random things all over the place, and it makes for quite a lush and nice jungle. So I don't know, are we giving this one an 8 as well? I think it's I mean, it's nothing too spectacular, but it just works, and it's a nice looking setup for sure. Yeah, I think we're giving this one an 8 and moving on, because I am not going to have time to review all of these setups if I spend this much time on all of them. So, next person here, this one houses Phyllobates terribilis yellow and only Phyllobates terribilis yellow. I don't know why I got off track right there. It's 80 centimeters by 60 centimeters by 80 centimeters, and I think those 60 centimeters of depth certainly make it look a lot, well, I guess, deeper and more interesting, or at least easier to escape. What else did this person say? They also mentioned that there are 4 philodendrons in the back that haven't started climbing yet, so the walls look kind of sparse for now. I suppose this is somebody who has listened to my videos, where I always say start with tiny cuttings instead of a massive plant that you just squeeze into the setup, and then they found that they had to defend themselves from well, me, when so I'm certainly not going to complain about the lack of climbing plants, given that the person just said that they aren't really grown in yet, which is perfectly reasonable. I think if you just squeezed in large vines in here, it would look really strange. I feel like I have some lines almost memorized, because I say the exact same sentence build in every single video, because that's what's I've gotten so used to it by now when I mention it all the time. But I think the plant choices in this vivarium are really great, and it I don't know how to describe it, but it just makes sense to me in a way. There's nothing that feels off or strange or out of place in some way. I have no idea what this is, but that's more so that is it Bucellafaria or something else? Maybe that's something else, I have no idea. That's like the plant I'm least familiar with, but that's a me problem and not a you problem. Or not a problem with the tank itself, that's just me being unfamiliar. It looks like the moss is starting out great, and it hasn't died yet in the 4 months, and I think you're going to have extremely nice looking moss growth in here in I don't know, a few extra months, because in the beginning, as long as you keep it alive, it's going to do wonders in a few months. And I suppose this background is cork bark tiles, but more so the Troy Goldberg method of actually using like a large wire drill bit brush or something. I just scratch up the surface a tiny bit, but here you can see it's a lot more of a 3D element. So I think this is an extremely well made tank. The Germany Jewel Orchid, I did see this one. This one I guess is a jewel orchid, but this one to the left, could this also be a jewel orchid? I'm very skeptical. My guess would be Bucellafaria, but that's just something in the back of my mind that I've never actually double checked. I'm googling it on my phone right now, and I completely misspelled it so much that Google doesn't even understand what I'm trying to say, so I'm going to leave it at that. But I'm not convinced that this one is an orchid, but if you say so, then it might be. But this one I see, is it one of, I guess this is the one jewel orchid genus that starts with a D, because I don't think it's a Macodes, but I don't know. I'm just pointing out plants because it's fun whenever I see them, and it's an interesting plant choice. But I think this is an extremely well made tank, and I'm sure that your frogs are very happy in here, and it's going to get a high score. It's freshly planted, so it doesn't really have a fair chance, but I'm almost still willing to give it an 8.5, because you have such a good background and reasonable plant choices that I think this is going to look so good in a few months. And once those philodendron species, unfortunately I can't really see what they are because they are behind this whole thing in the middle, but once those philodendron species start climbing on the background, and the moss takes off a bit extra, so it's not just these tiny patches. I can imagine this tank looking so beautiful that I'm going to give it an 8.5 right away, and I wouldn't be surprised if that gets changed to a 9.5 or even a 10 if you send this tank again in a year or so from now. So excellent job. There's nothing to complain about here, and I think it looks great. And even though I talked a lot about the moss, there's still plenty of leaf litter on the ground, and of course more can be added as it breaks down over time, which is great for Phyllobates, since well, according to everybody in Facebook groups at least, they are very prone to feet trench foot essentially, or feet infections, I suppose, if they're kept too damp. This is not something I have personal knowledge about, but that's the word on the street, and I think better safe than sorry. But you still had plenty of leaf litter in there, which is great to see, or at least plenty of ground space not covered in a bunch of moss. Give me just a short second. I'm just going to double check something real quick. Okay, we're back. So here we have the next submission, and this guy submitted 2 enclosures, which, oh, that's not what I meant to do. This guy submitted 2 enclosures which both house mourning geckos, and here you can even see one of them here on this little leaf. And as I said earlier, when somebody has submitted multiple tanks, I will always just review the best one and show the other one for I don't know what I'm trying to open up the message on my phone while also saying this at the same time, and that's not a good idea because multitasking is quite difficult. Okay, here we have okay, this message has said that these tanks house mourning geckos, and they are planning to get some Phyllobates anthonii in the future as well once they upgrade these geckos to a bigger tank. In the future, I think they were planning on making a 90 by 45 by 90 centimeter exoterra, which is the biggest size for Phyllobates and mourning geckos, which is really great to hear. And I think this first tank that you submitted, the second one, I guess it works. Maybe this is a juvenile holding tank or something because it's not massive. But this first tank you submitted is amazing in many different ways. It's so green and lush. It feels like all possible space in the tank is extremely well utilized. You see all of this nice moss. There are no like weird plants that take up too much attention. Of course, you have the queen terrarium, which is a wonderful plant that you obviously don't want to kill or something. But it's not like you have red and variegated plants all over the place. I guess this cryptanthus here in the front sticks out a bit, but it's almost so far away from like this lushness that it doesn't really matter to me. So it's all just a green lush jungle in a way. And I'm not sure what this fern is. I'm guessing it's a fern of some kind, even though it doesn't have the typical fern leaf types. I think that one really adds a lot to the setup, which isn't what I would expect if I saw this fern species just in a pot, but it just looks so lush and beautiful in a way. It's like an oasis where I would want to live or something. And I can definitely imagine that the mourning geckos are really happy in here. I have no idea how many they are, and given the nature of mourning geckos, maybe the person who submitted this also doesn't know how many they are in this tank. But I think you've done an excellent job. It's just a tank that works and makes sense. I don't know how else to describe it. Like sometimes something feels a bit off, but here it really just feels complete in a way. I don't know if there's actually a background in here. I suppose there is. It's possible that it might just be actual branches that have just been that you've just squeezed in plenty of cork bark branches and stuff. I don't actually know. And it would be really interesting if this amazing looking tank had no background. I'm guessing it has something, because I think what I'm seeing here on the left side is some kind of expanding foam silicone cocoa fiber background that this branch kind of attaches to. But this is just a simple tank in a way, even though it still looks so complete. There's nothing super fancy or overcomplicated. So I definitely want to give this one an 8.5 as well. I'm handing out really high scores today. I should just lower every single score in this live stream retroactively by 1 point or something like that. But I think this is really a great looking tank. It just works. I guess this pot with the Queen Anthurium is a bit weird, but I don't really care too much about that. So yeah, 8.5 out of 10, and really well done. I do see a comment about the previous submission with Phyllobates and geckos in a small enclosure is suboptimal. I do kind of agree, and I have kind of also said this to the guy who keeps them, but at least so far the Vitalis aren't really massive, and it's not like it's a breeding group of 5 of each species. I think it's 3 of each and like 1 or 2 geckos, which I totally agree that it's definitely pushing it. Now I'm on the wrong tank again. It's this one that I'm supposed to be on. I would probably have moved like 1 of the species, at least when it gets a bit more permanent. When it's basically froglets, all of them, I think it's most likely going to be fine. But yeah, there were some tanks sent in today which were sort of I mean, I can definitely imagine that it works, and we tend to be really careful in general, I would say, about, I don't know what I'm trying to say now. I'm trying to express my thoughts in a comprehensive way. I think we tend to be almost a bit over protective in a way. Like, I don't want to mix species permanently in anything smaller than like, I don't know, 60, 40, 90 or something, if I'm going to consider keeping 2 species together. But then again, it's difficult to know exactly like what's not. I have no idea what I'm trying to say right now. I'm too tired to do this in English right now. It's I feel like I'm losing track midway through the sentences. But yeah, I kind of agree. I would have taken out 1 species once they probably take out 1 of the frog species eventually. But so far I think it's been working well for him. But I certainly see your point. Anyways, time for the next setup, and here we have an interesting one. I also saw somebody in chat mention that they had forgotten to send their images, and you can still send pictures through emails, and I will go through the ones submitted during the stream at the end of the stream. So, oh, you just said you submitted them, then that's perfect. I will get to them in, I don't know, an hour and a half maybe. So you will have to stick around for a while and give me some watch time. That's good for the algorithm. So feel free to stay around until then. But okay, submission number 7. This tank houses some Ranitomeya variable southern, and this time I'm not going to try to talk too much while trying to find their message as well. Okay, it just says the messages of the tank. It's also the same size as it's the largest Exoterra. I'm not going to bother mentioning all of those numbers again because you already know that. Everything is just in propagation at the moment. Love your tanks, by the way. Awesome collection. Thank you for that message. And I believe there were 3 pictures of this setup. And as I already mentioned, it houses Ranitomeya variably southern. So, where do we start here? This is, I feel like this is probably a setup inspired by my very simplistic I don't care style. Because many of my tanks are set up this way. If you saw my latest video about vivarium planting, I showed some pictures of this vivarium when it was completely freshly planted. And some images of, well, how it looks now. And when it was freshly planted, it did have hydrolon on all of the sides, to be fair, but it was still just hydrolon, some tiny wood pieces, and literally nothing else. And the hydrolon was completely flat on the glass like this as well. But if you simply have the right plant choices and you give it plenty of time, then you can still have a great success in the long run. When the plants eventually take over, because if you see this vivarium, at least in real life, from a better angle than whatever I can see right now, then you wouldn't guess that the background is completely flat unless you're looking really closely. That said, I think this tank could use some more plants, possibly slightly different plant choices, or it's definitely too late to add that now, but I think I would prefer to have hydrolon on all different sides when it's such an empty tank like this, because I think this tank is so big that it becomes a little bit difficult to apply this planting style that I personally like to use. I mean, this 60 by 60 centimeter enclosure, it's only 4 or 5 deep, but still. It's a bit smaller, so it becomes easier to get away with my laziness. And when I do like froglet tanks, which are 30 centimeters in my collection at least, I would say that it becomes even easier. Because I don't even have a background at all in those. The plants just do all of my work for me, essentially. But so I don't know where I'm trying to get with these comments. It's I have had too little sleep this night. But I think this tank could definitely use some more branches, especially here on the right side, because you have a lot of open glass. And whatever this plant is, I think it's some kind of palm or something, is not on its own going to cover all of that up. But of course, that said, I think this tank is definitely going to look very different in a few years' time, and that's totally reasonable. But I think you can probably speed up that process with some different plant choices. There are also no plants which are in immediate contact with the background, besides these really big climbers. I was thinking maybe it would be good to add some kind of... I'm almost inclined to say Ficus pumila. Even though they grow very quickly, I would at least get the quercifolia version, because that doesn't grow as quickly. I would almost recommend getting some Ficus pumila for this tank, because that will definitely cover up the wall quite quickly, and with this setup I think that's what I would like. And if you get like a pretty large and bushy Ficus pumila quercifolia plant and put here on the right side, I think it could do wonders for this glass wall and make it a bit more 3D. But if you are able to put some branches higher up in the tank, then I think that would be an improvement. Here you can actually see a little frog climbing. That was a really long rant about... well, I'm in the same boat as you, because I tend to do the exact same method while planting vivariums, but I think when you get to this size it becomes a bit more difficult to get away with it. Because when I did it in a 60 by 60, it took a long time before it started looking good, and So you have plenty of time to beat me in that regard. But I think it requires slightly more effort if you want to fully utilize the tank. That said, of course, it houses 5 thumbnail frogs. They're going to be really happy in here, regardless. And I also see somebody in chat saying that Ficus pumila is going to fit very well. I think so too. I would definitely go for Quercifolia, because I don't think normal Ficus pumila fits anywhere. You can also consider Ficus sagittata, which looks a lot cooler than normal Ficus pumila. I will warn you that it grows fast as heck, but I think it might be worth it in a tank like this, because there's no universe where like a Markgravia is going to cover up this right side wall or something. I'm also not sure how the heat mat is going to work if you try to put a climbing plant here. Maybe that would become an issue. It's very uncommon that we actually have to heat up our dart frog tanks, but I guess it does happen. But yeah, I think this is it's a simple tank that just I mean, it works, it does the job. I think it has more potential, and if you give this a few years and some really good choices for climbing plants, which are really going to like take over. That's when you have this simple kind of hardscape layout, you probably want plants that can actually take over the setup. So I would definitely get some kind of ficus for it. But if you do that and wait for a few years, then I think it could look really good. For now, I'm probably going to give it like a 7 or something. 7 or maybe 6.5, because there is quite a bit of unused potential. But of course, like, I'll give you a break. It's a rather new setup, and you have a very long time to get where you want to go. Because if a tank looks boring for the first 2 years, then it's probably going to look more fun and less overgrown in the next few years. If we had a counter for every time I accidentally switch OBS screen between like these two, instead of switching the scene in the slideshow, then that counter would be at like 7 or something. Somebody says Quercifolia would be too slow growing for that big tank. I guess everything is relative. If you just start with a tiny cutting, then absolutely, because a Ficus pumila could actually do wonders with a tiny cutting. But I would like to argue that if you start with like a 10 vine plant propagated in like a small pot or something, and you plant it in the substrate, then Ficus pumila can be pretty damn quick as well. Or the Quercifolia, I mean, can be really quick. And I think that looks just far better in the long run than the normal Ficus pumila, but maybe that's just I'm just biased. I mean, if you like the normal Ficus pumila, then by all means go for that. And I think the Ficus sagittata, which may also be sold as Ficus radicans sometimes, I think that could also be a really great option. But Ficus pumila Quercifolia, if you just have a lot of it and you have like many different cuttings, then that's pretty good. And once it does take off, there's no stopping it. I have seen so many overgrown tanks with it, which aren't even that old, that it's really incredible. Okay, now it's time for the next setup, and this person actually submitted this tank you can see right here last time, which was 6 months ago. And it seems like their collection has expanded quite a bit since then. And I think, yeah, these were the 2 enclosures I was sent, and then I was also sent a work in progress right here. And I have no idea which frogs are kept in which tank, so I just wrote down the whole list, and I think some of these frogs were kept in a different tank in the living room as well, or in different tanks in the living room as well. So if somebody's doing the math and saying how many mixed species tanks they have, I don't actually know if there are actually any. By the way, just a quick side note, please let me know in the chat how good the stream quality is, because on my OBS preview it's lagging quite a bit. I don't know if that's actually an issue. So just let me know if the quality is good, and otherwise I'm just going to do a quick reboot or something. But in the meantime, I'm just going to continue reviewing this enclosure. Okay, where was I? Yeah, so this is just a long list of frogs, and I think they also had some really awesome both large form redhead histrionicas and Ophaga sulanensis, also known as previously known as Histrionica bahiosolano. They had some of those on the way too, so an awesome collection which I'm quite jealous about. And given that I was only sent one of these tanks last time, I'm assuming it's a very recent collection. So don't take too much water over your head. I don't know if you actually say that in English. I have no idea if that's just a Swedish impression. Don't go too quickly into having a massive collection, because I've seen so many people do that and then get burnt out. There have been plenty of cases of that. Somebody just gets 20 different species or locales within like a year or so, and then they get tired of culturing fruit flies and then they sell everything. So that's just completely besides the point. But don't go too quickly. But it looks like you have a nice, wonderful collection, and here we have some fairly freshly set up vivarium. I think this one was going to house the Ophaga solanensis or something. And I think all of these tanks are pretty freshly planted. Maybe this one has been around for a while, and maybe this one or one of these. But besides that, they're all kind of at the beginning of their lifespan, which again makes it a bit difficult to judge, even though I've had that problem with every single tank that I've tried to judge this today, because many of these people have sent in very freshly planted tanks. So where am I going to start? Well, as I said, they are freshly planted, but I still think they're planted in a good way. Once again, as I said previously, the plant choices kind of just make sense, if that makes sense to you. That's what I think, at least. I'm starting to lose track of everything that I'm trying to say during this stream. I feel like I'm just slowly going insane. No, but all jokes aside, I think these are good tanks, and if you look back at them in a year from now, they are definitely going to look really wonderful. For now, there's not really that much to say. Even though it's certainly a good start, you can't really say too much when the entire tank is just black hygrolon, because to be fair, it doesn't look that great just yet. Here I suppose this is supposed to be some kind of buttress roots or something, and once they get covered in moss, I can imagine that it's going to look really, really beautiful. I also noticed that you have some praying mantids up here. I'm guessing this is Gongylus gongylodes, the violin mantis. I had one of those a long time ago. It was my least favorite mantis I ever kept, because it only took flying prey items and needed a bunch of heat and stuff that I didn't want to provide for it. I used to have a bunch of weird praying mantids and tarantulas back in the day. I guess I'm old enough to use that expression, but just barely. I don't know. Just fun to see some praying mantids up here. But back to the tank. What are we giving this one? I'm not completely sure. You can feel free to spam your ratings of the enclosures in the chat. Just put down a number you would give to some setup as we go. For these ones, I'm guessing I'm just going to review this shelf as a whole, and I have to say that like the most impressive thing about this one isn't just the tanks, which like they work and they're going to look extremely beautiful in a year, but especially the fact that you seem to have some clean rack system, so it all just fits together into one nice looking unit. It's not like you have a bureau and a random wooden shelf and then another bureau and some other shelves that can't even hold up the enclosures. They are bending like crazy, and I really want to move those tanks because otherwise that's not going to end well if I just left them there for a few more years. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that this is such an awesome vivarium rack or vivarium unit compared to like having a bureau here and a shelf there, and it all just blends together seamlessly, and that's definitely a really awesome thing to have in an animal room. So I think I'm just going to rate the whole setup based on that, and that certainly gives it a big plus in the score. If you looked at like an individual tank, I think like a 7 or 7.5 or something, because they are so freshly planted. But looking at this setup as a whole, this is something I would like to have in my home. So I think the setup itself and the clean layout definitely gets like a 9 or something. And if the tanks were grown in, then the whole setup would absolutely be a 10. But I'm not really reviewing setups. I just wanted to make an exception for this one, since it was such an awesome setup. I also noticed that you have a fan on every single top here, which I suppose is a good thing to have, so it doesn't overheat. But anyways, that was it. I spent quite a long time on this one because it was a difficult one to judge. And I think this setup is going to look great once it's done, but it's not done, so I'm not reviewing it. It's from this same guy as well. But here we have the next one, and this one houses 4 Dendrobates leucomelas. I believe this person sent 2 pictures of this tank, as well as 1 picture of a vampire crab enclosure. Obviously it's a good thing that this one houses vampire crabs and not dart frogs, because if this one housed dart frogs I would have given it a 0, because half the ground space is a water feature and the other half of the ground space is too small. But it houses vampire crabs, which is great to hear. I just wanted to give that as an example. But here we have, I think, the best overview of. I'm guessing this tank is the better of the 2, even though there's nothing wrong with the vampire crab tank. Not to my knowledge, at least. I know nothing about vampire crabs. And I'm just going to try to find their message as well, because I don't remember. They may have written something interesting that I was going to. Okay, they said this was my first third bioactive tank, but first for dart frogs, so I didn't realize how much the plants would take over. Otherwise, I would have added more hardscape design to the tank. I'm not sure if I'm following, because the plants took over so much that you don't need to add much that hardscape. I was a bit confused by that phrasing, because to me you would have to add more hardscape if the plants aren't doing a good enough job. And I think you have a really good balance of plants and scape. There's not really much hardscape besides the background itself, and I guess this little vine thing you have going on here. But the plants are so grown in that I think this is an excellent example of properly utilizing the depth of the enclosure. Whenever you see somebody who doesn't have a background, or doesn't have a background on all sides of the tanks, so you can just see all the way to the back, then it feels like the frogs are just so much more exposed compared to this one, where I'm guessing if a frog is sitting in like the back 20 centimeters or so, it becomes almost invisible to the eye, because there's so much shadow in the back here. And if you can accomplish a setup like this, where like half the floor space is a shadow, then you can really be sure that your frogs are having a good time. So I think this is a great example of how to set up a proper enclosure. And you have some nice plant choices here. There's this nice Monstera here, I guess Monstera adansonii. I'm not going to go into a rant about how it's not actually adansonii, and all the normal adansonii should be called Leschleriana, because that you can Google that yourself if you really want to. But you have some nice Biophytum sensitivum here, which always makes a tank look a bit extra jungly in a way. I had one and it died, so I have spread like seeds of it, but I don't think I've seen them take off at all. So I wish I could have this success with the mini palms. I think the best plant in this tank is probably this Peperomia. I'm not sure if it's actually Peperomia emarginella, because the leaves are quite big, a few of these, or maybe it's just a tank that's relatively small. This tank is an 18-inch cube or a 45-centimeter cube. But I think this hanging plant, if it is a Peperomia marginella, maybe it's like a Pilea or something, like Pilea depressa. I have no idea. But whatever it is, that's definitely elevates the setup so much. If you can try to imagine what it would be like without these tiny vines hanging all over the place, it would just be so much more dull and bland in a way. So I think that's absolutely adding something to the setup. Though that plant alone adds like 1.5 points to the score, and I'm not even kidding, because that makes it look so much more lush and interesting in my opinion. But what else do we have that we can comment on? Yeah, I don't really know. I think this is an 8.5 because I really like the way that you utilized the depth. Even though this enclosure is rather small, it's certainly a well set up one, and I think it's a great example for people to follow. Whenever you're talking about the smallest size that it's acceptable to keep dartfrogs in, I always try to put in like some asterisk that if you really know what you're doing when setting up an enclosure, then you can set up at least an 18-inch cube really well for some dartfrogs, and in my opinion for thumbnail frogs, if you have a really well scaped one, which I think I have one example where I was really successful with that, and then 2 examples after that which were a lot less successful, that I don't want to keep thumbnails in permanently. But what I was saying was, if you scape it like really well so you cannot see the back part of the enclosure, like this one, then I think, you know, smaller tanks can work quite well. Then of course bigger is better, etc. Everybody has heard that, and of course everybody agrees with that. But then I become more hesitant to recommend those smaller sizes to new keepers, of course, since well, if you don't really succeed in scaping them this well like this tank is, then that's going to be a very different scenario. But here you did a really great job, and good luck with the frogs in the future. I think, did I give it an 8.5? I think I gave it an 8.5 because the way you utilize the depth is really excellent, and an example for people to follow. Yeah, 8.5 out of 10. Okay, here we have submission number 10. This person sent 2 submissions, one of which might be slightly more controversial than the others. This one just houses a pair of Ophagopomilio red frog beach, and it's an 18-inch cube or 45-centimeter cube, so the exact same measurements as the previous ones. And well, I'm not supposed to be putting you guys against each other, but I think this is such a great example of 2 different ways to scape an enclosure of these measurements, because it's the exact same size as this enclosure is the exact same size as this one, but I can imagine that the frogs have a lot more surface area in this one, and they also have much more dark areas and dark crevices, and as you can see, when half the floor space is covered in shade, then the frogs are really happy, in my opinion. Not that I can have an opinion on whether frogs are happy, but you get my point. This one is much more open, so as I was talking about this before on a previous setup, where you can see from one side to the other, which you kind of can here, and a lot of this leaf litter is exposed. That said, these are 2 tiny frogs, and I'm sure it works, so I'm not going to try to put you down or anything. But when you compare these 2 tanks, you can see 2 very different styles of making a vivarium, which have very different effect from the frog's point of view, and also showcases why just saying that an 18-inch tank, for instance, is enough may not be true in every single case. In this case, I think it's definitely true anyways, because these are tiny frogs, and Ophagas are very active and I want to keep them big, but I would like condone keeping them in something slightly smaller than this, so that makes it work totally fine regardless. But But you see my point that I'm trying to make, that the same size can be set up in different ways. Then I also think that if you had like Dendrobates tinctorius in this setup, they probably wouldn't even care, because they're just so bold and outgoing that they would just be all over the place anyways. Even though they would maybe prefer the previous setup, they would just be out on the floor here. But if you're keeping shy frogs or thumbnail frogs, then I think the previous setup is probably something nicer to be inspired by. But this person also sent 2 submissions, and this one houses, let's see, this was a long list. This is 45 centimeter or 18-inch footprint, and then 90 centimeters or 36 inches tall. And it apparently houses 2 Dendrobates auratus, which were actually breeding age, 2 Phyllobates vittatus froglets, which were froglets, and then 2 imitator jumbatos, as well as this is Tachydromus dorsalis. This is the green Tanzania, no, not Tanzanian. It's like a green long-tailed gecko. And this Cophotis dumbara is also some kind of pygmy lizard. I googled it and I had never seen it before. So this vivarium, I would try to claim that this one is probably most definitely overcrowded, and I would certainly look into removing some of the species from here. Then I will also mention, I should probably read the whole note from this guy to give it a fair chance. Okay, they just said what they keep in there, and then they wrote, the plan is to move the Ranitomeya and either the Vittatus or auratus into my grow out tank when it's ready, but keep a terrestrial frog species and the lizards. There have been no issues cohabitating so far. After 4 months, the lizards and frogs are all doing great. So I think moving out 2 of the frog species from this tank is definitely a great idea, which you should be looking into. And I think the best solution is most likely to remove the imitators, because keeping tiny thumbnail frogs with larger lizards is like generally not always the best idea. And also imitators in general can apparently fight, and I know some imitator breeders who always keeps them, specifically imitators, by themselves, while sometimes mixing other Ranitomeya species with something terrestrial. So removing the imitators would be a great idea, especially since this enclosure, given that you have lizards that need lighting and more heat in the upper half, that means that the upper half is much less optimal for actual frogs to be in. So I would certainly take out the imitators, and then I think it would be better to take out the imitators and Vittatus, since I kept Phyllobates vittatus with Ranitomeyas, that was variabilis, French Guiana, in the past successfully. But when I kept Ranitomeya variabilis with a single Dendrobates leucomelas, I got no eggs from the variabilis, supposedly because the leucomelas actually just ate or destroyed all of them, and she used to sit in their film canisters and all of that. So if that logic might extend to auratus, I think it would be best to take out the Vittatus and imitators. Then again, I haven't personally kept imitators or auratus. I've only kept other Dendrobates and other Ranitomeyas. But that's what I would do, because I definitely wouldn't want this many species living together. And you're just going to get a lot less out of the frogs in this way too, since I think you're going to have Ranitomeyas which are a lot more shy than they would be in other cases, probably, etc. So I think once you move out those 2 species, that's going to be an improvement for all of the animals in here, because it's difficult to meet all the requirements of these 5 different species in this tank. So if we ignore the point that this one houses probably a few species too much, I think this tank has similar vibe to the previous one, where the plant choices are, well, not the plant choices, but you can see so much from one side to the other that you could definitely make it a lot more lush. But then again, I think this one is very freshly planted too, so given enough time it's going to grow in automatically. I was considering if I was going to recommend some climbers that will speed up that process, and given how this setup is scaped, I think I would just throw in a bunch of Ficus pumila in this one too. Even the normal one perhaps, or possibly the normal Ficus pumila or Ficus pumila quercifolia. Maybe that is actually Ficus pumila here in the back, but I would just get a lot more of it. Because when you have this tank doesn't really have any hardscape that you really don't want to get grown over, or if you get what I mean. Sometimes, like for instance in this tank, I wouldn't want Ficus pumila covering my entire rock wall that I built, but in this one I think you would just want something that grows both covers the whole glass panels on the sides and the background, and will even grow like on top of itself to make it an even thicker layer. And throwing in some like fairly big Ficus pumila plant at the bottom here would certainly create that if you give it enough time. So I think that would be my best recommendation as far as the planting goes. Yeah, so it's time to give this one a score, I suppose, and I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to give it. I think a 6.5, because there is kind of, I would say that there is more potential to make it so that you can't really see through it as much, and it doesn't really have the same lush feeling as some of the some other tanks. So I think that's a reasonable score. But if you give it Ficus pumila and time, and that can increase, that can do wonders if you give it time. But I already said give it time, so I don't have to say that twice. And obviously remove 2 of the frog species from here, but that sounded like that was the plan as well, at least when they like grow up and the other tank is ready. But yeah, I think that's it for that one. And I also think I missed some chat messages. What do you do with your frogs on holiday/vacation, like 2 weeks maybe? I give some instructions to my dad, which mainly means that I want him to feed young froglets, because I don't want those to go without food for too long. With adult frogs, they can honestly be fine, as long as you have a misting system, and of course the lights in my room are on a timer as well. Where was I? Yeah, but I have a few enclosures which don't have a misting system, so he mists those every day. And then I also ask him to feed all of the froglets, and that's basically it, I would say. I also asked him to feed the tadpoles this time, which was a rather easy task. It was just like taking some grains of their food and giving it to them. So that was what I did last time. I haven't been away for more than a week for the past, like, I don't know, 5 years or so, and I wouldn't feel comfortable being away for more than a week if I can avoid it, and I just don't really feel any urge to travel for a very long time. But who knows, the day that I get access to traveling to the South American rainforests, I may want to stay for a bit longer, who knows, and hopefully I will have a more automated frog room by then. I don't really know. I have to open my window because it's getting extremely hot in here, even though that's of course not something you notice there at home. Okay, this tank is really nice, looks bigger than it really is. I think that was about the previous tank, but I'm not entirely sure. Is Ranitomeya variabilis southern a good beginner frog? I haven't personally kept it, but everything that I've read says that Ranitomeya variabilis as well as Ranitomeya amazonica, those two are pretty much sister species, are like the most tolerant Ranitomeya species. They can be kept in groups with not too much issues, without too many issues, regardless of the sex ratio. And they just eat well. They're not going to like refuse food and die for some random reason, like some other Ranitomeyas, and they're somewhat bold. So Ranitomeya variabilis southerns, as well as Ranitomeya variabilis French Guiana, which were previously known as Ranitomeya amazonica French Guiana and previously Ranitomeya ventrimaculata French Guiana. That was a mouthful. Those are generally mentioned as some of the best beginner thumbnails. Then I know some people like to make the argument that imitators are better because they tend to be really bold. I'm not entirely convinced, both because the boldness seems to be very random and because there can be more issues with fighting and poor group compatibility. But I've also never kept imitators, so I should not say anything about them. I just like to say so, regardless. But yes, Ranitomeya variabilis southerns as well as Ranitomeya variabilis French Guiana are probably the best beginner thumbnails. Then I can honestly say that I still think Dendrobates and Phyllobates and especially Epipedobates are even easier for beginners. So like, if the thumbnails are really what you're purely most interested in, then you can absolutely consider going for one of the easier Ranitomeya species. But if you just want a frog, then I think Dendrobates or Phyllobates or especially Epipedobates and Theoniae is an even better way to start out. I submitted my setup, but understand if you do not check it out. We will see what we have time for, but I think we should have time. Last year I did this for like 2.5 hours, and I think that's a reasonable time to keep going. Maybe it's going to take 3 because I've gotten a lot of emails during the stream. But I think we're going to get to it eventually, if you have the patience to stick around for a while. Okay, here we have another setup. This one is planned for Ranitomeya Fantastica Monte Cristo. Let me just find the message as well, so I know what to say about it and what to quote and not. Okay, and yes, Igor, I think I see both of your emails, and I will only check the last one. So great that you alerted me on that. Okay, where do I have this one? Okay, this one says, hello Emmanuel, I'm new to the dart frog hobby, but I've had aquarium for over 15 years. My vivarium is now set up for approximately 3.5 months, and I'll be adding dart frogs soon. Planning to keep a small group of Ranitomeya Fantastica Monte Cristo. The plans show the hardscape in the beginning and the current state. I'm looking forward to hear your opinion. The vivarium size is 80 centimeters by 60 centimeters by 100 centimeters, so once again not a small tank, and once again the 60 centimeters of depth I'm sure is going to be I'm sure has been very useful while scaping it, because when you're restricted to something like 40 centimeters and you're going to make a tall tank, then that can become quite difficult. But here you really have a lot of space for the plants. I was also sent a long plant list. I don't know, can I just show it like this and then... Oh, here's my webcam. And then you can, if you really want to go back at something, you can like do that. If you really want to cross-check some plant species, because I'm not going to read all of that out. There's no way I'm spending time on that, because then I will be here until past midnight, and I don't want to be that, no matter how fun this is. But I think that was it for that email, and I think I got 3 pictures. Oh, here we have a really freshly planted version, looking good. It's just a good background that does the job properly, gives the plant lots of things to climb on, and once this grows in, it's going to be quite nice. And here we have a nice and really lush close-up shot as well. But I guess I'm going to stick mostly on this shot, since this shows the entirety. I think this is an absolutely amazing build for a first build, and once again, not a very grown-in one, which was sort of expected, given that my channel is mostly adapted to people who are new in the dart frog hobby, so many of these enclosures are from people who are just starting out. But as somebody also says in the chat right now, I really like this tank. And somebody also pointed out how well the root is integrated into the background. This just has everything that a tank needs to be really great looking in I mean, it's already great looking, but especially if you give this one a year or so, I think this could totally be like a 9.5 or 10 or something in the future. And also, it's difficult for me to motivate this point, but for this tank, I also want to say that like the plant choices make sense. Nothing looks strange or out of place. There are no super fast growing plants. You never know about these big ferns. They can of course grow too large, and it's not like it's impossible to take them out if they do. But these are plants that I would use in a setup like this, and there are no like super fast growing or strange ones. Also no like super common garden center plants. I guess you could argue that the Alocasia dragon scale is like becoming slightly common now, but that wasn't the case a few years ago. And I guess this is like a Monstera adansonii. Not gonna talk about Leschleriana once again. You can Google that. I don't know why I said that, but you have some really nice small ferns as well. I'm not going to. Well, I'm going to try to guess the species. I don't know. This has to be some microgramma. Not really sure which one, and I think this is also a fern. Is it like Numerilifolia or something? I've seen a plant list. I don't know why I'm guessing this. I'm going to bring up the plant list again. Why did I close the email? That was really stupid for me. Where the heck is it? Okay, Microsorum reptans. I said it was definitely a microgramma species, so I was completely wrong on that one. And then I can't even... Pyrosia numerilifolia. Okay, so I was right about one species. That makes me happy and feel good about myself. But I'm going really off topic right now. This is just a really excellent tank. I love the plant choices. I think the moss growth in here is going to be really amazing in like a year or so. Your Ranitomeyas are going to be very happy. For now, there's not really that much utilization. Is that a word? Utilization of the empty air. But that will certainly change in the future. Especially this Philodendron biliettiae is going to become quite... sprouty in the future, and it's great that you have the 60 centimeters, so you actually have something to work with. And I don't know what else to say. I want to give this one an 8.5 for now, because it's such a great start, and there's really nothing that I'm reacting to that I want to like comment on pretty much at all, besides it being freshly planted, and like obviously it's obviously it is freshly planted. Background is made from styrodur. I guess that's styrofoam. No, I don't know. Styrodur, some foam, driftwood, then coated with silicone and cocoa fiber. I think that would have been my guess, that this is some foam, silicone, cocoa fiber background. But yeah, great looking tank. I think I'm giving it an 8.5, and it would be higher if it wasn't freshly planted. So once again, I think the time bias is going to come into all of these rankings, because it's just completely impossible to judge these tanks in advance. But it's going to look really beautiful if you give it enough time. I'm certain of that. Here we have the next tank. I'm just double checking. Yeah, this person only sent this one image. So this tank houses a pair of Dendrobates tinctorius assyrius. I'm not sure if Assyrius or standard Leucomelas is the most common locale in all of these submissions. That's just interesting pause statistics that I'm reading out while trying to find the message and entertaining you in the meantime. Okay, hello, this is my first attempt at making my own vivarium. I know it's a little sparse, but the plants have only been in for a week and a half, and the moss mix hasn't bloomed yet. It's 24 by 18 by 18 for my Dendrobates tinctorius assyrius pair. Let me know what you think and any improvements I could make. Okay, I think this is a great start. I have to say that the tank looks so much smaller than it is because I think this thermometer is actually like gigantic. That's the only explanation for why this tank, because it makes the tank look really small. If I had visitors over to my house, I would have taken this out of the tank because it makes it look really tiny. But that's really besides the point. That's not what I'm supposed to be judging here. But once again, we have a freshly planted tank, and it's great to see people not squeezing in massive, huge plants that are already like scratching against the top of the enclosure. Because if you do that right now, then oh boy, you're going to have a problem in 6 months or so. So I think as far as the size of the plants you have right now, it's a great start. It's a bit difficult to tell what plant species you have. I'm not sure if this is a Phytonia. This should be Begonia prismaticarpa, I think. My most used plants that I have in all of my tanks. Almost, I think I have it in I have it in like 11 out of my 17 Dart Frog tanks right now. Because it's such a good plant. It always works, never really gets too massive, etc. I see somebody saying that cows are screaming in the background. It's actually sheep, but yes, I haven't actually featured them in any collection tour. It's not my sheep, it's my family's sheep, but maybe that will have to change next time around when I do the last collection tour in this place before not having screaming sheep in the background. But that's the open window for you. You will have to live with that because I will not want to live with the heat that was building up before. But anyways, back to the point. We were talking about the plant choices in this vivarium. I think the starting sizes of the plants are very reasonable, and once these plants have started growing, they are going to start growing. That was a very obvious sentence, but I think it's simply quite true. I'm guessing this corner definitely needs something else, because here to the right, this Pilea involucrata, I would guess, is going to grow quite a bit, and I think those get quite bushy in a way, if you get what I mean. It's not really going to grow that much on the height, but it's going to cover a lot of horizontal space, and also like the lowest 15 centimeters or something of the tank. 15 centimeters, I guess that's like 5 inches or something. Probably less than that. I don't know. And here, of course, this begonia. It takes quite a while before you get a really massive bush, but you're going to get there eventually. But this side probably needs something else. I also don't notice any tiny climbers. I think I would add some either Markgravias or consider adding some ficuses, because even though I do avoid ficuses now, it's still like a very fun plant to have, especially if you're new to the hobby, because you do get quick results. I mean, I was talking about that in my latest video, and it's a love-hate relationship to the ficuses. Maybe you could consider some quercifolia at least. I don't know. Or just have a bunch of Markgravias. That's also totally fine if you have the patience, which would be great too. But something for the left wall, and maybe some more like smaller vines, which I suppose is what I was talking about ficuses or Markgravias for. I was thinking maybe something larger for this left side, because here you have a scenario where you have the background here on these sides, but then you have, my face cam was actually covering the Pilea all the time. Here you can see the Pilea a bit better. That's the plant I was talking about before. Anyways, you have a scenario here where the Pilea is going to cover like, let's say the lowest like 10 centimeters of the tank, with spreading to the sides, etc. While on the right side, where there's an actual background, so it would make sense to have like a slope of Pilea up, going like towards the background. Here is where you don't have anything. So I'm considering I would probably add something like larger to that side as well, but I'm not entirely sure. In general, like more plants not bigger plants, but more plants, and some more larger leafed plants for the left side, is probably just my main comment, and that's what I've been saying in like a circle over and over again for a while now. That would be my main point for this tank, but I get it, it's like a week old or something, so I'll give you a break on that one, because otherwise, because obviously most of the other tanks, even the ones that I've said are freshly planted, have actually been up and running for like a few months at least, and this one is just completely new, so many things are going to change within the next few months in most cases. But yeah, more plants would be great. I think it's too early to give this one a really high score. Let's just see in chat. There was some discussion about moss mix, and then this tank looks like Shrek's house, the branch in the back at left. You mean this one looks like Shrek's house? I mean, I'm guessing you're right. I haven't actually watched Shrek. Maybe I should do that at some point, now that I have some free time and don't have school every single awake hour of the day. I think it's too early to give this one a really high score because it's not a finished tank, and it's kind of finished, but it will need some more plants added over time, which I have no doubts that there will be. So I'm not going to give it a super high score, but I think it's a 7 and a really good start. And your frogs are probably quite happy in there. I would make sure that the leaf litter gets to dry out a bit more. I don't know if this picture was taken right after misting or if you just have zero ventilation. It could be either one of those. But I would try to get this, like the surface of the leaf litter to dry out a bit more. I don't really focus too much on like the high humidity number, as in like how much water is in the air. I almost go more by the surfaces. And what I try to achieve is that the leaf litter should be dry and like everything, but there should be plenty of moisture above the leaf litter, like a bit all over the place, but still like the surfaces have to dry out. That was a rant completely besides the point that I just threw in there. Just wanted to mention that. But more plants, something for the left side, and perhaps a few more small random climbers, and this tank is going to look wonderful in I don't know, a while, at some point in the future. Here we have submission number 13, and I think I had 2 pictures of this one. Yes, because the next one is a different one. So this one houses Dendrobates auratus Costa Rica and Ranitomeya variabilis French Guiana. From everything that I've read, and my personal experience, that's why I chose to have this species in one of my mixed tanks in the past. But from everything I've seen, seems to support that Ranitomeya variabilis French Guiana is one of the species that's best at competing with, let's say, Dendrobates species at... I don't know how good the audio is right now. Okay, it stopped really quickly. I think Ranitomeya variabilis French Guiana is one of the species, one of the Ranitomeyas that's best at competing with, let's say, Dendrobates species at the dinner table, since they actually have quite a big appetite and aren't just going to be shy and hide all the time and starve and stuff. So I think this is a reasonable mix, and I think these are also froglets. Maybe once they grow up I would consider keeping like a single breeding pair of each species, or maybe just take the Ranitomeyas out. I don't really know. But whatever, it's time to talk about the tank itself rather than the frogs kept in here. And I think this is certainly one of the more unique ones we have. I'll try to find the message as well, because now that I think of it, I think they wrote some interesting things in it. Let's see where it is. Okay, that's not the one that I meant to. Where is it? Okay, here we have it. It has a filter foam base layer, lights with a timer, etc. It has a few notes as well. Everything that looks like dried moss is newly rehydrated live moss that hasn't greened up yet. Should be nice when it comes in and starts to cover. I'm almost sorry to break it to you, but I wouldn't be too optimistic about that. I certainly don't think that this is going to turn particularly alive. Maybe if you grow live moss on top of it. But I would be kind of skeptical. But at the same time, I'm guessing it brings more humidity to the upper parts of the tank, and if you would remove it, then perhaps the upper half would dry out a lot instead. It also has a note about the queen terrarium at the top left that was losing leaves because it was... this is a queen terrarium. Okay. They had some solution for how it was... What did it say? Okay, it was just out of reach for the mister, and that's why it's not feeling so happy right now. Yeah, that was the notes that were brought in. I wouldn't be too optimistic about the moss, because I don't think this moss is going to do particularly well, and there is a risk that it's just going to become like mushy and smell gross. At the same time, when it's so far above the substrate, it might not be an issue. You never know. That will be for time to tell. I also don't know what background material this is, because it doesn't actually look like Hygrolon. I'm not sure, is this just like some black foam or something that's not covered? Or is it some type of mesh that actually sucks up moisture? I have no idea, actually. Those videos did not get a lot of views. But I will have the entire stream available afterwards, so you can just watch the whole thing back completely unedited. I do propagate hundreds of plants in dry. I do propagate hundreds of plants in dry sphagnum moss, and it turns green after a few months. Yeah, I'm not sure this is sphagnum moss though. I think this is like some random. It looks almost like the Exoterra forest moss, which a lot of people think will turn alive after a while, but kind of just not really. And at least it's not going to become like a beautiful, lush green moss. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not quite sure. I think there were also some... somebody said, damn, this one looks rough. I mean, I would probably have scaped it in a different way so it's a bit less moss, and I'm also not convinced by whatever background method this is, so it's certainly one of the stranger setups that I've seen in this video. It's not like... I wouldn't say that it's a conventional dart frog setup in a few different ways. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what we're going to give this one. There's also a discussion about mixing species in the chat, which I will get to, but I think I will just finish reviewing this tank first, so I don't fall too out of the track. But I don't know, it's sort of a weird one, and it's one of these tanks where it's very difficult for me to explain what, like, something feels off, and it has to do with the moss, and maybe I'm just going to go in a circle and not finish my thought once again, but my instinct says that the top part of the tank, besides this moss, is probably staying really dry, so you get into a situation where, of course, you have moisture at the bottom, etc. But unless I'm completely wrong about this background, which I very much might be, I don't really know. But unless I'm completely wrong, I would guess that this background doesn't hold too much moisture at all. Actually, you know what, never mind, there's some more gravia growing on it. I'm just going to take that back, because that's probably completely wrong. I don't really know. Something is very interesting about this setup, and not necessarily in a completely good way, but also not like in an immediately bad way either. I don't know. I think I would give this one a 6.5 out of 10, and we'll see how it develops over time. if I do another one of these like next year or something, please send it in again, because it will be interesting to see how this one has done, and also some like different close-ups of parts of the tank. If all of this is actually live moss, which I'm not convinced by, then that's certainly a big plus, which I'm almost not considering, because something feels fishy about it. I'm not quite sure. I have no idea. This one was difficult to judge. I think it would be easier if I saw it in person, but perhaps the amount of dead moss could be a bad sign. But yeah, so 6.5 for now. Anyway, I'll have to catch up with the chat as well. If you're used to reading through Denderboard, it's quite interesting how many people seem to cohab different species. It's so frowned upon in the US that you mostly get crucified just considering it. Yeah, this is probably the main reason why I made a video about this topic, and if you do watch that video, I'm hoping that should be enough to get a somewhat nuanced view of this issue. The reason I made that one was because it's such a completely different scenario about it in the US hobby compared to the Swedish one, where many different combinations are of course looked down on because they are really stupid and are not going to work that well, for obvious reasons, whether that be fighting or hybrids or whatever, but there are also many different ways to get around all of those issues. And I think the problem when you have the attitude that okay, let's crucify everybody who's considering this, then you have a lot of nuance that completely gets lost in the discussion. So I'm doing another video which I'm hoping should be out next Saturday, in a week from now, which is about whether you should have water features in Dartford vivariums or not. And of course my answer isn't, the purpose of the video isn't to come to a definitive conclusion, because my experience with water feature is limited to this one, but I still wanted to make the video because in the current atmosphere, what sort of happens in the Dartford trade is that somebody posts a picture of an enclosure with a water feature, then they get a million comments saying that their frogs are going to drown, which is like an objectively wrong statement, which is very easy to disprove, or at least on the surface it's very easy to disprove. But that loses all credibility to the actual argument against water features, which is kind of that in most cases it takes up too much space, but then in huge tank a small water feature can work, etc. But when people just have such like verifiably incorrect facts that they spread around as truth, then that will completely this is difficult to do in English without a script. That would completely take away any merit from that argument, and the result will instead be that people simply ignore it and do whatever they want. So in that case I would much rather have a video out where I'm saying like, don't do this, in that case mixed species, in the next case have a water feature, but kind of this is where it can be possible, but it should be done with an educated mind and not an ignorant one, and you should definitely have some experience, etc, etc. But the attitude when it comes to mixing species is so extremely different in Sweden. There are like some tried and tested mixes that you might not even discourage a beginner from trying out in the Swedish community, and I think to some extent at the European continent as well. But then there are these like established rules, like don't have two species from the same genus. In many cases, like avoid mixing ophagas with pretty much anything because they tend to be more fighting, and I also would never try mixing a Tinctorius with anything else that's terrestrial, and it kind of goes on and on. And then there are some mixes like Phyllobates plus Epipodobates which have been tried quite a lot, and I've never heard of anybody with any issues with that one. So yeah, it's very interesting if you're used to reading Denderboard, how different the attitude is, and I think the truth is usually somewhere in the middle in many cases in the hobby, and I think the American hobby, especially on Facebook groups, has done a great job as making discussions turning friendly discussions into a really unproductive one, which will lead to either ignorance from people. I don't know why I said either. Either they follow, let's not get crucified, let's not mix species, or people will just completely ignore it and instead do completely crazy mixes, which is not very good. Yeah, I think cohab is okay too, but to an extent, of course. There is a ton of variables, but I don't think you should be crucified for it unless you didn't do any research on it. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that one, and I think you shouldn't do it unnecessarily. This was a very long tangent. This is not supposed to be a Q&A stream, but I still think it's fun to have some questions to discuss rather than only me looking at tanks for the whole day. But yeah, it's just an interesting comment about the dart frog hobby in general, and I think there are discussions, both the water feature discussion, which is every single comment section, even if people mean well and they bring up good points, they also bring up so many bad points that every single comment section is completely misleading for any beginner who's trying to look into it. Yeah. Alright, next tank setup. Yeah, great. I'm going on too many tangents here, and I think it's time to continue. That was the previous one. Okay, here we have an interesting one. This one was sent in, and it said it was kind of an experimental setup, and they were considering adding some Adelphobetis galactonodus at some point in the future. And I also wrote down what they said the measurements were, which was 120 by 60 by 80 centimeters. What's that in inches? It's 48 by 24 by 32. I think so. Probably somewhere in that range, inches. So this is quite a massive tank. But I think the most, and this person quite literally said in their notes that I'm just setting up this enclosure so I can do all of my mistakes in this one, pretty much. So the first like real tank is going to be better, and I think that's a great attitude to have in the beginning. And I think this is definitely one of the most interesting tanks to discuss that I was sent in, because this tank is 80 centimeters tall. That's almost as tall as this tank behind me, but you really don't see that this tank is 80 centimeters tall, and it could have been 40 or maybe even 30. No, then it wouldn't have as deep substrate, but like this could have been 40 centimeters tall, and you could have fit almost all of these plants in here. Then again, they said this was more of an experimental setup, but this really showcases how either a background or just a bunch of hardscape would do a massive difference in this tank in terms of how well utilized it is. Because for now, while it might be fine for a terrestrial dart frog if it's a really outgoing and unafraid species, if you put like, let's say, Phyllobates vitalis in here, they would probably just be scared and sit in a corner all the time. But if you put like Dendrobates tinctorius, they wouldn't care, hopefully, even though they would have preferred to climb a bit more. But you can definitely see that if this tank either had a background, which the plants could cover up, climb up against, or just a bunch of hardscape. I still think that a background is basically necessary if the tank is more than like, let's say, 45 centimeters tall, because if otherwise it becomes quite difficult. But if this one had a bunch of hardscape and some plants that grow more on height, then this could be a really awesome tank, because it's quite a big one, and I really encourage you to have another go at it, because I think it could be a really cool one in the future. I think we have the person who made the tank in the chat. It's 6 weeks since it was planted. Some of the plants should grow to 60 to 80 centimeters. Yeah, I think some of the plants you have are more so like bushy species. I guess the anthurium here is going to grow a bit more. But in general, these are mostly plants that will kind of stay in, what can we say, a single bush on the ground or something. And there are very few that will climb up against the background. And I also think that if you don't have a background, most of these will probably stay like moderately sized over time. I have a hard time seeing this begonia, for instance, just going 80 centimeters upwards if it doesn't have anything to support it. But I also really like the bushy plants that you do have, and I'm completely certain that a frog would really appreciate, for instance, this one to the left. I think the plant names were included in the email, but I'm not going to bring that up right now. I say as I'm bringing that up right now. No, I wasn't. So mostly these plants are going to stay on the ground, and even if, let's say this, let's say the anthurium and like one plant from this corner would grow to the top, then it would really be like, what can you say? It would just be like some empty leaves just standing out above, what can you say? It's like, imagine in the rainforest where there is like one layer of actual, what can you say, where like most of the treetops go, and then there are like a few trees that really stick up above all of that. Those later, like those few trees would be what you would have if, let's say, this plant truly grows to that height, which isn't really a guarantee unless it's a very nutrient rich soil and whatever. So it would just be like a few leaves really above everything else. But then again, it doesn't house frogs yet, and I think if I were to house frogs in here, I would definitely throw in like massive corkbark tubes, and preferably also some plants that would really be more of climbers, because all of these are kind of bushy plants in a way, if that's a good way to describe it. Like you have this fern here. I don't know what the English name for these ones are. We call them palettblad, or like palette leaves in Swedish, and I'm guessing this bush also won't really grow too large. What I would aim for, besides just adding like, I think massive corkbark tubes is the easiest way to add hardscape and to try to like squeeze in as much as possible. But the easiest way to get more plants on the height, I think, would be to have like climbing philodendrons, like some big, I don't know, philodendron verrucosum, what else, like Monstera adansonii or something. Plants that grow more like a vine rather than a bush, because that way you will get a lot more foliage above ground level. But that's just been a very long rant about the plants. Besides that, I think this is a really excellent example of how the ground level can look if you want to, oh, that's not what I meant to do, if you want to really utilize it well. But then in this case it happens that the height is not so well utilized. That said, I mean, it's a massive tank, so if you were to add dart frogs to this, it would certainly be fine, especially if you pick a bold one. But as they're pointing out in the chat, it is quite a lot of wasted space when the plants really have nothing to grow on, because you're not going to get like a dynamic fill into the height if you get what I mean by that. The height will more so be like one single leaf here and there might reach the top, and I'm kind of skeptical to that. But that's been a very long rant, and if this tank was 40 centimeters tall, then I wouldn't have made a single one of these comments. I would just say this looks good if the tank was 40 centimeters tall, but now that it's 80 centimeters and the top 40 centimeters are like fairly bland, then I ended up going on that long rant. Not sure if it will thrive in the conditions moist. Yeah, from what I can see from this image, it looks mostly dry. Were you referring to some of the plants that I suggested, like the philodendrons or something? In general, I think they're mostly fine if you place them in the substrate still, and they will just climb up against the background and whatever. But it's of course not really a guarantee. And then if there were dart frogs, you would have to keep it more moist above the surface, and that can also be just the picture being taken right between misting cycles or something like that. But I really like the bushes at the floor. As I said, if the tank was 40 centimeters tall, then this would get a much higher score, but now it's really tall. So I think this is like the Saintpallia. Okay, I know nothing about Saintpallias, so I will leave that up to you in the chat to decide. And time will tell, I suppose. I don't know, what are we giving this one? I think a 6.5, because it's not really like a complete dart frog tank, if you know what I mean, with the height not being utilized at all. But it's a good start, and I think it's a great mindset to have to make this sort of like experimental setup, which is how I interpreted your email as this being. Because you will definitely learn a lot more until the second setup. That's pretty much always the case. I usually encourage people to like, don't start with your dream setup. Do something else first, because if you start with your dream setup, then it's not going to be your dream setup for very long. You're going to be unhappy about so many different things. Anyways, let's move on to the next one. I think I gave this one a 6.5. I don't remember. Let's say that's 6.5. Okay, here we have the next one, and this one was a very interesting one, I have to say. This one also houses Dendrobates tinctorius acerius. I'm not sure how many. It might just have been one from how it sounded in the email. I'm not sure. I think this was a guy who built this this tank for his daughter or something, which was really quite sweet to read about. They had like a family project. Wow, we are okay. Here we have it. First things first, what I think you all notice is there's quite a bit of technology here, and I don't even know where to start thinking about it. I suppose these are just the exact same thing, like you have duplicates of this thermometer, hygrometer, in case one of them reads wrong, which I guess is reasonable to have, but not really necessary. I mean, I don't measure either temperature or humidity in my tanks, so maybe I am the one who is on the lower end rather than but it's probably both ways. You're probably on the higher end as well. But if you think this technology is fun, then by all means go for it. There's nothing stopping you. But it felt you've really gone quite overboard with it. There's even this thing. There's another one of those here behind my face cam that you can't even see properly. The enclosure itself, that's what I'm supposed to review. I think this was their first dart frog setup. One thing that this might be my fault, because in my longest dart frog care guide I mentioned I kind of mentioned these cocoa fiber backgrounds as a potential option because I had it. Because I had that option in some previous tanks, which lasted for a few years. Now I really despise cocoa fiber carpet because it doesn't last for that many more years after that. And I'm making a new version of that video, and of course I won't be recommending cocoa fiber anymore. But just in general, it's such a weird material to use because it's kind of hydrophobic in the beginning, and then it will I don't know, as soon as it does start sucking up moisture, it will just fall apart instead. So that's not really a material that I can recommend, but I did have it on my biggest setup, and it was a beautiful setup for quite a few years until it wasn't because of that cocoa fiber carpet. But that's besides the point. It's still like a reasonable background that works, even though I will never recommend it to anyone again. The plant choices look fairly reasonable. You have some nice Ficus sagittata in here, which is an extremely fast growing plant, but when you have a completely flat background, that's probably exactly what you want. But I think the elephant in the room, as some of you have pointed out in chat, and also the first thing that I noticed, or one of the most major things that I noticed, and this guy also posted it on Facebook, is this mesh screen at the front. I think the logic was to prevent frogs from escaping during feeding time, which is an interesting option. I can say when I wipe the glass of my Acerius tank, I take out the glass and I go to another room, and they don't jump out because they don't. They just stay in their tank, and well, have a good time. I don't think they want to do a completely uncalculated jump like 1.5 meters to the ground. Going to another room is of course not something that I recommend. You should probably have somebody sitting guard. But like these frogs jumping out of the tank at feeding time is not really an issue, and I think this mesh causes more issues than it solves, because I think this is actually just like a mesh that you can like tilt outwards when you open the tank. I would just remove that mesh because I don't see how it serves any particularly good purpose. But it is certainly the most unique thing that I've seen today while reviewing these tanks. But I think it will just cause almost more harm than good. Not really any harm actually, besides not being able to see into the tank and eating up a few centimeters of depth, etc. I think it just makes the whole thing more difficult to take care of as well, because I mean it's an interesting option. I'll see if I can just catch up with the chat. Some people say take that tech budget and spend it on more hardscape. I mean, I guess that's reasonable. As I said, I personally don't use hygrometers whatsoever in any of my tanks. I just eyeball it. And kind of what you want to see is for the leaf litter to have time to dry out, while there should still be plenty of moisture in like the upper half of the tank. Let's say on leaves, between leaves, on top of hardscape elements, branches, whatever, should have some moisture inside of them, if that makes sense to you. So I personally don't measure my humidity at all, and most hygrometers are not too reliable, but it also kind of depends. It can certainly vary quite a bit. I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, I have seen some people who like unironically use hygrometers and seem to claim that they work and have experience, so I think they should know what's going on, but it's quite uncommon, and most hygrometers probably don't last very long. And once you've been in the hobby for like a short while, then I think hygrometer is completely unnecessary for keeping track of the humidity, because that will simply just work regardless, if that makes any sense. But I've been talking a long time about how the hygrometers are not necessary, because they probably are not necessary. The mesh is an interesting solution. I mean, it's not like the mesh is going to kill your frog or anything, but I would just take it out, because I think that's more pain than gain or something. I don't have the idiomatic expressions to use in the English language for these scenarios. But anyways, time to talk about the content of the tank itself. Once again, I'm not a fan of the background, and I'm if you looked at my guide and I said the cocoa fiber is one of the options you can go for, I'm sorry. I'm hoping that's not an option. Somebody says the drainage layer looks a bit too thin with so much soil above. Maybe correct if there is a drilled in automatic drainage, so then it doesn't matter obviously, since the water will go straight out. But if you will have to siphon when it gets like 1 centimeter of water down there, then that's a problem. And also, yeah, hopefully they have some kind of drainage, because if you have to siphon out the water as soon as it gets like 1 centimeter, then that could be an issue. And I will also mention that the fact that we use the word soil to describe the substrate is usually a bad sign. I think this is mostly soil based. For a good substrate, you usually want to have something based on like bark, other chunky stuff, and if you just have fine soil, like let's say cocoa fiber or peat or a mix of the two, or potting soil is not a good idea because it usually has fertilizers, but whatever. If you have something that's actually soil, then that soil will turn into mud fairly quickly in the high humidity. And that's something that you really don't want to have to replace in a year or so when a tank is completely beautiful. So if you do have a substrate mix that's not going to last for long, then you might have to, I think you say eat the frog as an expression. I mean, don't eat the frog, but you might have to just get it over with and replace it sooner rather than later, because if you wait for too long, then the tank is going to look a lot prettier, and then you really don't want to change anything out. So maybe the fact that the substrate can, if the substrate can be described with the words soil, then that's usually not a particularly good sign, in my opinion and my experience. That looks like a frogs and coat tank with a drain. Good spot. I think you may be correct on that one. How is my new substrate mix holding up? I don't think it's particularly new anymore, besides the fact that I have increased the amount of pumice in it. If this doesn't make sense to any of the viewers, then it's like something I talk about in my build videos. I have slightly increased the amount of pumice, and I don't think that will affect the longevity of the substrate, except possibly improve it. But generally, I think it works well. I've had some tanks up and running for like 3 years with it, and there's no signs of it becoming bad. So I think I'm going to stick with my substrate mix for a while, and I can be fairly confident recommending it to you. I mean, I know people who use only reptile bark with nothing else for 10 years plus without issues. So if you use reptile bark and then mix it up with pumice, which cannot possibly make anything worse, and then some biochar and stuff, then that, with my logic, then that should also last for 10 plus years with no issues. Anyways, I'm considering going with aquarium foam on my next build, possibly. Yeah, that's also a nice option to try. I have to say I'm not like entirely convinced by it. I really like the fact that it's so lightweight, but at the same time, I don't know, the humidity balance within the foam is kind of strange, and I think next time I'm just going to use it as a drainage layer and then have bark on top of it, just not as much bark because it's not necessary, just so you like encapsulate the entire foam piece and it can stay humid throughout. But that's a very off-topic discussion. We did get 2 froglets, but one tried to jump out of the door, was closing, and the frog didn't make it. I'm very sorry to hear that. I suppose you're the one who sent in this one, I think. Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that, and now it sounds a bit more inappropriate, the fact that I've been talking about how unnecessary the mesh it is. But that said, I honestly think removing the mesh will still make maintenance so much easier, and even perhaps give a few centimeters to the frogs. I just have to read through the chat too. Hopefully it reviews. Yeah, regarding nutrients in filter foam, it just works. They have like leaf litter, frog poop, and whatever, and there's usually like fun stuff building up in the few centimeters of water that's usually standing at the bottom of the filter foam, so that just works. I know the instincts of every beginner ever say that no, that shouldn't be possible, but it is possible. Plants will still grow as long as you can maintain the moisture level throughout the filter foam. It's usually fine. But yeah, I mean, the mesh is an interesting innovation, but I think I would probably remove it regardless, because that will make your life so much easier. What else was there that I was going to say about this one? No more Q&A, people. I was considering doing a Q&A stream like in a few weeks or something, fairly soon, and then I was thinking I'm probably not going to get any questions, and I'm just going to sit in quietness all that time. But I think it's possible to do a fun Q&A stream now that I'm becoming convinced by this stream now. But yeah, I think frogs jumping out is fairly uncommon, and especially did the frog jump out when it was like time to move tanks or something? Because that's fairly like reasonable explanation in that case, but otherwise it feels like that's quite uncommon. If it's a panicking frog because it's just moving tanks, then that's a kind of different scenario, but it's not very common for them to jump out during feeding time, unless it's like a Ranitomeya that's constantly sitting at like the top of the tank at the very front or something. Scuds, glad that you will be at the Q&A stream, so I don't have to talk in quietness for the whole time. It's great to hear. Anyways, I think I'm just talking in circles on this one right now. I think you have a good start. You have some nice plant choices. I do like the ficus in here, because this ficus will like carry the whole setup in let's say 6 months from now. It will just go in laps all around the enclosure. So the fact that these walls are very flat right now is not going to mention, and you're just going to have plants all over the tank, and it's going to look great, and you're not even going to see the background. So even if the background was to break down once it gets moist, you're just going to have ficus in front of it, kind of like replacing it. So I don't think that's something you'll have to worry about. If the soil is actually soil, then I would honestly recommend just biting the bullet and replacing it sooner rather than later. Because otherwise you're just going to have disgusting mud in like a year, and that's not going to smell good, and it's going to be less fun to replace it later on than doing it right now. But I think for now we can give this one a 6, and once it gets a bit more grown in, then that can certainly change. Hello and welcome to the stream, Green Machine Sweden. Nice to see you here. Okay, now we really have to move on. I think I had 17 submissions in advance, and then I've been sent like 5 or something, maybe 6 during the stream. So then we'll take a short break and I will get back to those. But anyways, here we have submission number 16, and this one houses 5 juvenile Dendrobates tinctorius patricia. I'm assuming this is an Exoterra that's like 90 centimeters wide or 36 inches, because it's going to... Oh yeah, we're definitely hitting 3 hours. That's not going to be a problem. I'm hoping we can stay under 4. It's not like I have to get up tomorrow. I can sleep for however long I want. But still, yeah, this one houses 5 juvenile Dendrobates tinctorius patricias. I'm not even going to bring up the notes because I think that's going to take too long. And this is just a different shot of the same tank where you can kind of see this back corner. And this was a different setup they also sent in by the same person, which houses Ranitomeya syrensis rheopashitia. Rheopashitia? I don't know how to pronounce that, and I realize I've never tried to pronounce that in my whole life. But out of these setups, I think this is the better looking one, so we're going to spend our time reviewing this one. Hey, that's mine. Sorry, the picture is awful. 36 by 18 by 24. I don't think the picture is awful at all. I think it really captures like, I don't know, maybe the color gradient can be a bit strange and stuff. And it's not like it's 4K, but you can still tell that it's a 3D setup. And I really like this one. This is going to get a high score. We've been talking before about setups that you cannot see all the way through, etc. And I think this picture really showcases a good example of like having a bunch of shade at the bottom, because when you have these shady parts of the bottom of the tank, that's going to make your frogs feel very comfortable, coming out of that shade once they know that safe and secure places are only like one jump away. So I can imagine that your frogs are doing really well in here. Now that this tank houses Dendrobates tinctorius, they don't always really care. I mean, I could house my Assyrius in whatever I want, and I think they would still just be completely bold and unafraid of anything. But if you had something like really shy, let's say juvenile Phyllobates vitarus, or I don't know, there are other shy frogs out there, like I don't know. If you had some really shy frog species, then I think a tank like this would have the potential to make them really bold, given how much how much coverage they have on the ground level. And I really like how it's not just a flat background that has plants climbing right on top of it, but it's also not a slope up to the back, but it kind of still is. So you have all of these shady parts of the enclosure. So I really like this one. I think this is definitely one that you should take plenty of inspiration from if you're going to set up Dart Frog Vivarium. I certainly am going to take notes of this one because the next build I'm doing is probably going to be the exact same measurements, and this is a really great example of how you should do it. It can sometimes be difficult when you don't really know like how much you should build on the height and the width with certain dimensions. I made one that was like 90 by 30, and that was really difficult to escape. It felt like I would just have to force climbing plants. I would just have to force climbing plants to grow on the ground, and that felt weird in a way. But this one, like a 90 by 60, I can imagine it being a really fun size to work with, and I really look forward to setting up one of those myself when I have the space for it. Then I will also have to like look for second-hand tags of those exact measurements until I find the best possible deal. Full disclosure, there's 3 Vanzolini in there too. Yeah, I mean, it's a somewhat tall tank. I would assume that's going to be totally fine. I'll send you the bare tank background without the plants. There's a ton of corkbark tubes that are hidden by plants now. I can imagine, I mean, the plants are popping out so much that you can just imagine there has to be some corkbark tubes behind the plants that are making them pop out like this. It would be very interesting to see a picture of only the background. So if you want to send me that, then feel free to do so. We're not going to have time to look at it this stream, I think. Also, I can imagine that your Patricias are rather small. And I'm assuming you're only going to keep like a pair or something. I mean, that depends on how it works when they grow up. Just for the people considering that it's a mixed species tank and all of that, so it doesn't get too crowded. But that was just a side note. We had a long discussion about that earlier, and I don't want to have that discussion again. That will be for the Q&A stream next weekend, where Scuds will be making sure that I have something to talk about. Yeah, the 5 things will be a pair when they mature. It sounds very reasonable, because if you have 5 adult Tinctorius, then I wouldn't want to put Ranitomeya with them. I wouldn't even want to have the 5 adult Tinctorius together in the first place, unless it happens to work, which of course can happen, but it feels rather common. I forgot to give it a score. I mean, this has to be a 9, right? I think it's just such good execution of utilizing every single part of the tank, all 3 dimensions, well, and it pops out so much. So I think this is easily a 9 out of 10. The tank itself feels kind of yellow, but I think that can also depend on the light, or depend on the light, as in the light causing the plants to be a bit yellow. That's not unheard of either. But yeah, I think this is an excellent tank. Everybody should take notes of this one and look at how you see the lower back corner is completely dark, impossible to see anything in there. Of course, that can be different in person, but still, my point still stands. Okay, now we have the final submission sent in advance, and I have seen the person who sent us one in the chat, and sorry to keep you waiting for 2.5 hours. And all the people who have sent in during the stream, you're going to have to wait for like another hour, perhaps. This is submission number 17, and it was 3 enclosures. This first one houses Dendrobates leucomelas Guyana banded. And also the person from the previous tag said that it was yellow jungle dawn LEDs. Thank you for making me never buy jungle dawn LEDs, because I don't want yellow light. Great to know that. Or it didn't say jungle dawn LEDs, but I think they're leads. I don't know. Anyways, this submission. The first enclosure houses 7 Leucomeya lesgiana banded. The second houses imitator banded. And the third one houses variabilis southern. And I think this third one was 18 by 36 inches. And the fact that I'm saying inches before I say centimeters is quite embarrassing for me. But I think I have more US viewers than I have Europeans right now. So, and I just know all the Exoterra measurements in inches by heart at this point. Out of these tanks, I think the first one is the prettiest, at least from this angle. Maybe this one is prettier in real life, but honestly here it just looks really yellow, so it becomes a bit difficult to see what's really going on here. Even though this one probably has a more like interesting scape, because it obviously has a nice background with these branches in it and so on. So maybe this one is actually the prettiest one, but it becomes so difficult to judge it by the yellow light, which kind of makes it all melt together or something. And this one is really pretty, but it's also rather small. Here you can actually see one of the imitators, and maybe this is a different one, I don't know. Or maybe it's just a leaf. And here you can see that this one is a filter foam tank, and it does have a small water feature, but it's more like a ditch or something, rather than a huge filtered pond. Or maybe it is filtered, I have no idea. And this cork thingy on the left wall is like really big as well, which is interesting. But I think the first one is still the prettiest one, even though the third one has the most impressive background. So we're just going to review this one for the sake of easiness. This is obviously quite an overgrown setup, but I still really like it. It's hard to not love a completely overgrown jungle. Even though if this was my own tank, I think I would maybe I would trim it down and let something else take over, because you just have a lot of ficus and not really much else. I'm starting more and more to think that this probably is the prettiest of the tanks, but still the lighting situation on the image is like strange. I prefer the warmer toned lights over simple purple toned, if you guys know what I mean. Some lights just have too much of a purple hue and look unnatural. Yeah, I just go for completely what's it called, cold white, so it's neither purple or yellow, because I always think that's the nicest one. But to each their own. If you like different lightings, then go ahead. But this one just feels like a tank that works. It's difficult to judge like the background and all of that on it, for obvious reasons, being this ficus. I think this is a mix of normal Ficus pumila and Ficus pumila crassifolia. And here you can also, I mean, it's difficult to know exactly what's going on behind this massive cluster of ficus, but here you can definitely imagine that it's completely pitch black in here, and the frogs can always feel safe and secure down here. And the fact that there's quite a lot of frogs living in here is probably not an issue, considering that they have so much space to get away from each other, which is great to see. You also wrote, I just trimmed it after sending you the pictures. I mean, to be fair, even though a trimming is often necessary, it's kind of like a haircut where when you just get it, it's kind of meh, but then after 2 weeks, then it's really good. So maybe it was a good choice to send me the pictures before trimming it down. Because it's when it's completely freshly trimmed, then that can also be like a bit too much, if you know what I mean. But regardless, you can clearly see in this enclosure that there's so much space to get away from the frogs, or for the frogs to get away from people and from the other frogs. And I think this enclosure is 45 centimeters or 18 inches deep. But still, I'm assuming that this ficus goes out to like the front 10 inches or so, meaning that, or even less, maybe like 6 inches or something, meaning that there's so much space behind it where the frogs can live their best lives. So wonderful to see, and often you can sometimes you think that the more hiding places you give, the less you will see your animals, but honestly it's quite the opposite, because if you just have a massive open tank and like one hide, then the frogs are going to sit in that one hide all the time, unless it's like a Tinctorius or Terribilis or something. But if you have a tank like this, then it's probably going to be then they're probably going to be comfortable being all over the place a lot more when they know that security is always one jump away. And it's funny, I see you say in the chat that there is a coconut hut into the left in the dark. Well, the fact that we cannot see that coconut hut is a good sign, because that means there is plenty going on behind the scenes. The frogs can always have privacy and security, which is great. So I think this is going to get a high score just because it's a very practical tank. I think this one is an 8 out of 10 at least. It just works, even though it's like overgrown with a few plant species. It's a frog paradise, and who doesn't love just a green lush jungle? And this is what I'm thinking about when I recommend Ficus pumila to people who aren't really too much into plants, or maybe new to the hobby, struggling to plant their vivariums properly. That didn't make sense, but you get what I mean. When somebody's new to the hobby and is kind of struggling to plant their vivariums, then this is what I imagine when I recommend them. Just buy Ficus pumila and you'll be happy. Then I can imagine that this was like maybe your first vivarium or something, and that these were later ones, and maybe the plant choices in it is actually still a bunch of ficus in this one. What I was going to say was that I'm guessing that if I saw these in person, this definitely has like the nicer background, or maybe this one has a really awesome background that nobody sees ever. But like this tank is probably actually more impressive and would get a higher score, but it's just a difficult picture to judge. So I'm going to settle on giving this one an 8, and yeah, I think that's it for now. And I'll just check it's the eldest. Yeah, I assume that you would assume that somebody would get Leucomelas before getting into Ranitomeyas in most cases, even though that's not always the case, of course. So that was my guess, and it also just looked most grown in. So yeah, probably more impressive background in this one, but this is just a nice tank. Nobody can complain. I'm just going to check that chat message. Can you check if you got my submission? I sent pictures of 2 tanks on Thursday evening. Have you checked through the VOD of the live stream? I will check if I have something. What day was it on Thursday? It's 21st today and it's Saturday, so it was 19th? Okay, on the evening the 19th. You had Pumilio many years ago. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so Tad, now, what animals did you keep in your enclosure? And I will see if I can find it, because I think I haven't missed anything. Pictures of 2 tanks. Okay, you can get back to me in the chat once I take a short break. Actually, I will instead do this. If you're listening to this right now, Tad, what was it, Tad now? I'll just spam through all of the images, and if you see your tanks, then I have reviewed it. If you sent it this morning, then I should. If you sent it during the stream, then that means I'm going to add it fairly soon. Anyways, I'm just going to go through all of these fairly quickly, so you see what I have reviewed. And if you see your tanks, then that means I have reviewed it previously in the stream. And if you don't see your tanks, then if you sent it during the stream, then that means I'm going to yeah, they weren't there. I saw mine this morning. Did it see it so far? I also feel like I have seen a Crested gecko tank, which I don't remember adding to the slideshow presentation. I don't actually know. Yeah, it also feels like I'm missing something. But I will take a short break, hopefully less than like 10 minutes or something. And then I will get back to you and see if I can add the rest of the images. I think we have like 7 submissions that were sent in during the stream, so I can imagine that we're only going to have like those 7 people watching me after the break. And the rest have probably gone away to their beds or to do something else in their useful lives. But to those of you who will stick around, I'm hoping to see you soon in maybe 5 minutes if I'm really quick. I'm hoping so. Turn on some music, go pop some popcorn, and I will be right back. And to those of you who haven't seen your enclosures, try resending them during this break, and I will take a look at them and see if I recognize them or not. So, see you very soon. Okay, before just going completely back, I did find 3 images that I was sent, or actually it was during the stream, so I'll take that back. What I currently have that's waiting to be shown is one soon to be Ranitomeya variabilis tank, one that was like some blue histrionica and stuff, and then one for Leucomelas and the Crested gecko tank, if that was, and the last one that will be for Phyllobates bichlor or some Anthonii. If you recognize that you've written any of this, then your tanks are on the way, because they were sent in during the stream, so I haven't been able to add them to the slideshow. And then there's some imitator Shasuda tank, some better photos of a previous one, and then also some Phyllobates terribilis tank and another Phyllobates terribilis tank, or maybe it was a recent. Yeah, it was another Phyllobates terribilis tank. And one for Crested geckos I got right now, which I hadn't seen before, so that's a new one. Okay, perfect. Now I will be back in a few minutes. Maybe it will be a few more minutes than expected. Who knows? Stick around. Don't leave me with 0 viewers, because that would not be fun, please. I am almost done, so stick around until then. Don't go anywhere. It will take like 5 more minutes maybe. Pop some popcorn and I will be back soon. Okay, everybody, I think we're back. I did that almost faster than expected, but I don't know how many minutes it actually was. There are still 17 people who have stuck around during this long pause, which was a bit longer than what I initially almost promised. But we have some more tanks. We were on submission number 17 before, and now I have 25, or there are 25 in total. So we have 8 more to go through, and now I'm not going to let anybody send in more submissions during the stream, because I don't want to take another short break. So yeah, we're definitely smashing the time record for this this concept, because I think I've gone for like 2.5 hours in the past, and this is more than that. So let's get back to somebody can also feel free to just write something random in the chat, so I know that everything is still working. But okay, let's get back to business. And here we have a very cool looking setup from a person I think I saw you in chat earlier, GBTX. And this is a setup that will eventually house Ranitomeya variabilis in the future. And one thing that you may not notice at first, because it's extremely overgrown, or extremely well planted I should say, is the fact that there is actually a buttress root tree built with the exact same method that I made to build mine. I have an extensive tutorial on my channel on how I built my buttress root tree. Though this guy actually made his like slightly before I did it, and I remember we had some contact at that time. So both me and this guy GBTX had the same inspiration source. It was not inspired by me, unfortunately, as much as I would like to take credit. So you can't really see the whole tree here, and unfortunately I didn't feel like digging through my entire inbox for when I actually had pictures sent to me of the whole tree. But just trust me on that. This is, you know, the dinosaur foot tree, similar to the one that I have, with nice buttress roots, and it's made out of blankets dipped in cement and all of that. Well, I think this is an absolutely amazing setup, and there is truly not really that much to complain about at all. There are so many bromeliads in here that I'm sure the frogs are going to have a really great time. So much to climb on. The space is really well utilized, so I can already say that this tank is getting like at least an 8. I think this is a 9. I almost want to say 9.5, because this is a really nice looking tank. I think a 9.5. It's not quite a 10, but it's a high grade. And one interesting comment that you wrote in the email that I would probably have said if you didn't comment on it, was the fact that Ranitomeya variabilis don't actually feed their tadpoles, meaning that you don't always have that much breeding success leaving them in the tank. And in a tank with so many bromeliads, it's going to be almost impossible to find and pull out the tadpoles. So I'm not sure if that's going to be an issue. I have bred the Ranitomeya variabilis in a tank with a bunch of bromeliads, but then they did for some reason use the film canister so I could take out the eggs. And I left plenty of eggs in the tank with no success. Some people do claim that they will like accidentally feed their tadpoles with feeder eggs by laying fertile instead of infertile eggs in the same bromeliads as their tadpoles, but I'm kind of skeptical as to whether this is actually happening. Since it seems like it doesn't happen in large tanks with plenty of bromeliads, and it happens more so in small tanks where the options to lay their eggs are kind of limited. So I'm not sure if you're going to have too much breeding in here, but it's an awesome tank and the frogs are going to be really happy. If I were you, maybe I would considering that you don't have the frogs yet, I would probably just get imitators or sirensis or something, Vanzolini, flavovitata, something like that for this tank, and keep the variabilis and something else, but your frogs are going to be happy regardless. So I think this is a 9 out of 10. I was considering 9.5. Let's do 9.25, and you will be the first person to have 2 decimal places in your rating. I think that's reasonable. Could somebody just write hi in chat or something? Because I haven't seen any chat messages since I came back. Maybe everybody is asleep, which would be perfectly reasonable. I just want to know that the stream is working as it's supposed to. But great job, and I have of course seen the buttressroot tree before it got completely covered in plants, and it's a really good looking one too. Okay, perfect. Now I see some chat messages. That's great. Then I know that a signal is going out on the interweb or something like that. So yeah, I'm going to go through this somewhat quickly, and this one, there's not much negatives to say. Certainly there's certainly quite a bit of positive things to say rather. But just a solid, good-looking tank, and yeah, 9.25. You're the first person with 2 decimal places. And here we have the next one. This guy, he mentioned his Instagram handle, but I didn't actually write it up. It's let's see if I can find it again. Why do I have so many messages and now I can't even find you? Oh, here it is. GTS_dartfrogs is their Instagram handle, and you've probably seen this guy on Facebook as well. So feel free to follow GTS_dartfrogs. He sent in 3 images. It was actually 4, but I didn't feature the 4th one. I was just picking the best ones from the people who sent multiple ones. So here we have a really nice looking tank housing some Brazilian yellowhead tinctorius, and this one is a very simple style with only 2 ferns and a bunch of moss everywhere and no other plants that are going to take too much attention. So this is a good example of how you can have plenty of moss growth but still also have leaf litter for the frogs to enjoy, so they can get their dry feet wet back, as we sometimes say, to replicate their natural environment. And so a nice cork bark background with quite a bit more 3D aspect than the cork bark backgrounds that I usually have. I usually just scratch up the surface just slightly, so it's not as dramatic as these ones, which are a bit thicker cork bark tiles that you have really worked on, if you say it like that. But this was probably the prettiest tank that was submitted by this person. I think this one housed Ophaga histrionica blue, but it was a bit difficult to tell because there were multiple pictures, and the order was a bit messed up. But I think this one houses Ophaga histrionica, and if you can get like a plus for having cool inhabitants in the tank, then this one certainly stands out among all of the Leucomelas tanks and stuff that we've seen today. Nothing wrong with Leucomelas, but having some Ophagas, large Ophagas, is pretty awesome. Would love to have some of those one day when the budget allows for it. So this is a tank with a lot more plant species than the previous one, which was really just moss. You can see this massive bromeliad here, but I still think it kind of works. I mean, this bromeliad does objectively take over quite a bit, but with such a wide tank I don't really mind it, and I think it's pretty beautiful. And you can see some Philodendron verrucosum climbing here. This Peleonia is an extremely fast growing plant, but it's also like pretty possible to trim it down, I would still say. You can just remove the whole thing and then it will grow back slowly if it ever gets out of control. You can see some more Gravia here, and I actually wonder what this small-leaved plant is. So if you're watching this GTS dart frogs, then please enlighten me, either in the comment section if you're watching this afterwards, or in the live chat if you're watching right now, what this small-leaved plant is, because I'm quite curious. It doesn't seem like Peperomia marginella because it's so far above the ground, so I'm not quite sure what that is. I'm assuming this is like an Epipremnum pinnatum or something, the Cebu blue one, and this is like an African violet. I don't know. I should just stop pointing at all the plant names that I know. Actually, I will point at one more plant. I love Rhetia erythrodactylon. maybe this is Lubersi and I'm embarrassing myself by saying the wrong species, but this is like my favorite bromeliad. I said that about Hieroglyphica earlier, but this is a more small one that works in more tanks without taking up too much space. So I really appreciate that choice of bromeliad. So this is a really nice tank. And then it was only these two that I featured from this guy. I thought I featured the third image as well, but I just thought these two were prettiest, so I decided to pick those. I think we're going to be ranking this one still because I think it's the prettiest, even though this one is really stunning with its simplicity. I don't know why it says submission number 13, that's just wrong, ignore that. These two are both submission number 19. But anyways, I think we're going to review this one. I mean, this bromeliad is very large and does take up quite a bit of room, and without it you would open up so much space. At the same time, of course, if your Ophaga histrionicas are breeding in it, then you should obviously not remove it. I wouldn't do that, because then you might be removing hundreds of dollars as well, in tadpoles or in future froglets, that is. I would kind of have appreciated if you took out this specific really yellow verrucosum leaf before taking the picture. But of course I don't really mind that too much. That one will fall off just the next time you open the glass, it feels like. But I don't know, what are we giving this one? I think this one is definitely an 8. It's a good looking tank. There's so much nice moss growth, and whatever moss species you do have is very well suited for this. You see tanks from time to time that have like some really weird moss species that are kind of looks out of place or too big or too chunky or whatever, but this is like the perfect moss type. I don't know, maybe this is the highly secretive low growing tropical moss that nobody is allowed to talk about. No, all jokes aside, but that the seller has asked to remain private about or something. I have no idea what this moss is, but it looks really amazing. And if it is a moss species that is easily accessible, then feel free to let me know what species that is, as well as this plant, in the comment section or in the chat. But great looking tank. I think it's I think we're giving it an 8.5. Like, it works. I'm assuming this is more so like one of your breeder tanks and not something that you actively try to make look perfect as like some type of flagship vivarium or something. But it's still such a well set up vivarium that just works. It makes sense in a way. So it definitely deserves a high score. Next one we have, I think we have 3 enclosures that were sent in by the same person. This first one, I have no idea how big it is. It looks really tiny, and if that's the I will just check the email to give it more of a fair chance. So I don't just say a bunch of incorrect stuff. Okay, it doesn't say anything about the measurements. But I would guess that this tank is actually too small for dart frogs, but I'm not quite sure. And obviously leaf litter isn't added yet, but it says that it will house frogs in the future, so of course you have time to change things around. Is this filter foam as the background? I think it is. That's something I've never seen before, or at least not seen being used too efficiently before. We have the guy in the comment section. It's 60 by 30 by 40 centimeters. I would definitely not add any Phyllobates species or like big Phyllobates. I wouldn't even add a Phyllobates anthonia. I would just keep it as a grow out tank personally. I have kept for a short while my Leucomelas pair in a 60 by 30, and it was no fun. Like don't do it. It's so tiny. So I would definitely, but I would keep it around as a froglet tank. If you're going to own anthonia in the future, you're going to have froglets and you're gonna need somewhere to put them, and you can of course use it for like plant propagation, etc. as well. I don't know what the substrate mix is, but it doesn't look too strange. I have never seen filter foam being used as a background before, which is interesting. I don't think it would hold moisture that well, because when I have it as the substrate in the tank all the way to the right that you can barely see, I'm struggling to keep the whole filter pad moist, and that's still when it's like a few centimeters of water standing at the bottom, then it's bone dry above them. So I'm not entirely convinced that it's going to work well, but if you have some plants that are good at transporting water like the ficus, then maybe that can make a difference. I wouldn't guess that the Margravia is going to like it, but who knows, only time will tell. Anyways, that was a bit too much rant for this more experimental setup, but my honest piece of advice is to not add frogs. It's better to just wait until you can get a better enclosure and then have a nicer frog collection that you can enjoy a lot more than squeezing them in every single small crowded space that you can. It's looking much different now, but I wasn't able to make a photo then. Yeah, sounds reasonable. This tank, however, I think is a really good looking crested gecko tank. I don't remember if it said anything about the measurements. I would guess it's like an 18 by 18 by 24 or something, if we're American, or 45 60 centimeters. But this one is clearly quite grown in, and has some nice Monstera Adansonia that has taken off quite a lot. Is this actually a Monstera obliqua Peru here to the left? Because if it is, it's very hilarious seeing a Monstera obliqua Peru right next to a Monstera Adansonia and like Ficus pumila and other like sheep and common plants, because this plant used to sell for like tens of thousands of dollars on auctions only a few years ago. Now I have seen them sold commercially in big box stores for like I think $17 if you compare it, because from a Swedish crown. Yeah, it is obliqua. It's really funny to see, and especially if you were to show this picture to somebody like 4 years ago, when a single stem cutting would cost so much money, and then now you have it like placed next to, I mean, at least two fairly common plant species that weren't exactly as sought after. It's very funny to see, but I mean, of course it's understandable, because obliquas are accessible nowadays and don't cost that much money. But yeah, so that was just a funny comment that I had. But you can see the crested gecko here up in the back. Looks pretty nice. For crested gecko vivariums, like if this was a dart frog tank, obviously like replenish the leaf litter, which doesn't matter for a crested gecko but would matter for a dart frog. Things like that aside, I would say that for a dart frog tank the space is quite well utilized, even though like sure there's some empty, you could use some background on this side, doesn't really matter too much. When it comes to crested geckos, I touched on this a bit earlier. I always try to squeeze in a lot more branches and hardscape and like large plants, just as much as I possibly can, with the goal of, if I were to look at the tank from one side, then I don't want to be able to see to the other side. And also, if the only thing obstructing you from seeing to the other side is like one of the backgrounds, then that's also kind of lame. So I would consider trying to add like maybe a large cork bark tube going from here to this back corner perhaps, so it would go like here at the front, because it seems like there would be quite a bit of open air here. But there is still plenty of dark spaces here for the gecko to climb around in, and like no worries about that. And then there was a third tank, and this one is going to house Dendrobates leucomelas, and this one, good looking dart frog tank. Once it's as grown in as like this tank, it's going to be really pretty. For now you can notice it's freshly planted, but it still looks complete, not complete as in grown in, because it's obviously not grown in, but still you get my point. I think this is definitely a better dart frog tank than this one, at least for now. Then of course things can change over time, once things grow in. That was the next one. That's not what I supposed to look at. So these three. I'm thinking about which one of these three we're going to judge. I mean, this is probably the prettiest one, technically. But this one is also a dart frog tank, and the rest and the other one wasn't. So I think we're just going to give this one a grade. And I think you have a good start, you have a nice background, you have a good plant selection. These plants, I think they are Neprolepis cordifolia or something along those lines. I used to have Neprolepis cordifolia Duffy, and that one got really massive, and they also send out rhizomes all over the tank, so they can be quite annoying to trim down. And it had such a massive root system throughout the whole tank, so when it got like this big and I had to take it out of this tank behind it because it got too large for that tank, I had to take the scissors and like cut a circle around the base of the plant and then just pull like crazy, because it was it was so stuck and had roots going all over the exaltata Duffy. Okay, I would guess that's the same as I had with the changed name nowadays, and the old name is like outdated, considering that Duffy is part of both names, but at least it's a similar one. Those can be a pain to take out later. You will have to be ready to like go with the scissors in a circle in the substrate, which depending on what frogs you have in there might be a bit annoying. But it's gonna work, and besides that you have a good plant selection, nice spread of bromeliads. There's no like obvious empty spots that you would want to fill out, etc. Oh yeah, there are some nice plants in here that aren't really as easy to notice. This one, and I guess this is the other one you're referring to. I'm not familiar with Labicia and Emblemantas, so I don't even know if I cannot zoom in the slideshow mode. I guess I can do this if we really want to. So here we can see, oh, here we have a different plant as well. Yeah, I will just go back to the slideshow version. But yeah, I think this is a good start, nothing to complain about. I think 7.5, and once it's grows in, it's going to be quite good, definitely. Okay, next one is a tank that houses Ranitomeya imitator Chasuda. For some reason it feels like I recognize this tank, but it would have been like torn out, all of the plants would have been torn out from the previous time if that was the case, so it's probably not the same tank as I had when I did this this winter. I'm also going to just check if I had notes to this one. Tank is about 2 months old. You gotta see my vision as it hasn't grown in yet. Try to really focus on depth by placing larger plants up front, with things getting smaller towards the tree trunk at the back. Also note the centerpiece at the back, a leaflets orchid that will take over the whole tree trunk. Okay, I only took one picture of this one because the other ones, they were other angles that of course show different parts of it, but I still think I got most of it on this one. So I'm not sure if I can find that specific orchid, but I think this is a very interesting way to scape a tank that has a view from 2 angles, and what else am I going to say about it? Yeah, there aren't really any too massive plants to talk about. I suppose this one, which I have no idea what this is, maybe a begonia or something, and of course Margravia centennici is not exactly a tiny plant. But I think it's an interesting scape, and as they said, it's freshly planted, so it's difficult to say too much about it. There's also quite a large amount of like hanging sphagnum here, but I guess that's reasonable, and it will eventually get covered in living moss, hopefully. I don't even know. I don't feel like I have that much to say about this tank. Maybe the humidity balance is like a bit strange somehow, because the leaf litter seems very moist, but that can of course depend on exactly when this picture was taken in relation to like misting schedules and stuff, so it's very difficult to like hold that against somebody, and that's not the point that I'm trying to get at. Yeah, I mean, the big plants, which are kind of going to be the soul of the tank, haven't really taken off yet. They mentioned some big leaflet orchid. Is leaflet orchid like a thing? Like a leaflet plant? Is that like a word for a cutting? I have no idea. I hadn't heard that before, and then I was talking about it without having the note in front of me. Begonia soil mutata. Is that a single plant called soil mutata? Because I think I've heard about it. Or is it like a word for any random begonia that appear out of nowhere in the soil? I'm guessing it's a single type of plant. But that's really funny, if that's the name. Yeah, I have no idea. This one is certainly going to look a lot better in the long run, I think. It's difficult giving it more than a 7 right now, because it's like a plant that definitely looks very, very freshly planted, and it's quite clear that it's freshly planted, but I think it has a lot of potential, and your frogs are going to be happy in there. So I'm giving it a 7 for now, and if you were to send it again next year, then that will probably be higher than a 7, I would imagine, unless I get like really harsh on my ratings, like some point deflation or something. So thank you for sending that one in. Now it's time for number 22. This is a nice wide tank that will house Phyllobates terribilis, and I will just hide my face cam rather than cropping the picture properly. You can see a big Ficus punctata bush here, which I don't know if they bought like a massive established plant, I guess, because those take a while to grow. But this is it's an orchid that uses its roots to photosynthesis. Okay. That's interesting. I will have to look into that after the stream or something, once I have a bit more time to relax. We can also see, is this a bunch of hygrolon here around the base of this fern? I think so. I'll just try to find the message, and then I will talk about whatever I want to say about this one, I suppose. Okay, here we have it. It hasn't grown in yet, really. Wow, first one today. Haven't heard that one before. It hasn't grown in yet, really, so it has a few more weeks to grow and settle. The frogs will move in afterwards. And it will house a group of 6 Phyllobates terribilis in a while, and it sounds like you have them kept in like some other tank at the moment, which is, very reasonable. And the tank is 100 by 50 by 60 centimeters, so it's quite a big one. And it's also really funny seeing what the next submission will be, because it will also be a Phyllobates terribilis tank of almost the exact same measurements. But this one, I like some of the plant choices. Ficus punctata is an excellent choice. They don't grow too quickly, but they are still beautiful and will cover up the background and all of that. I think this is Microgramma nitida probably, and it's one of the coolest looking ferns I've had, even though unfortunately I've killed it. So let's see if that one comes back. I'm not sure if this is just a really unhappy Markgravia that's like pinned to a background that's a bit too dry, and I would probably place it closer to the substrate. I'm not quite sure. But we have like 2 elephants in the room, maybe a third one if you ask me specifically, but 2 like real ones. We have the Tradescantia zebrina, which is an extremely fast growing plant, difficult to trim down in a good looking way, in many different ways. It will completely cover this entire root, and I mean, it's possible to keep it trimmed down if you really want to, but I would hesitate to put it in a tank, but if you do like it, I mean, the frogs are going to like having somewhere to hide, so it's not really an actual problem. But as somebody has already pointed out in the chat, the bigger elephant in the room is the Monstera Thai constellation. I mean, I guess it's possible to take cuttings from these ones as well, but that one is just really going to get way too big for this tank. So extremely quickly that I don't even think it's worth it, and it's going to be quite difficult to take it out later. So I think this is like the strangest plant choice, perhaps. On the previous tank I also talked about Neprolepis species which grow a bit too big. But it's kind of fine. It's possible to take them out later. But I would just take out the Monstera Thai constellation and replace with something else if it was my tank. I have kind of personally been hating on alocasias as well, besides the ones that stay small, because these big alocasias they just grow and a bit much for my taste sometimes. And it's also like kind of awkward to trim off the biggest leaves, like you're not trimming off viable cuttings, and they're also just going to send out even bigger leaves next. So it's a bit strange, but it kind of works. I would also guess that this ficus is definitely going to die very soon because it's so dry up here. I hope I'm wrong, but I unfortunately don't think I am. But I think you have a very solid scape, and if you move a few more plants perhaps closer to the ground, or if they do survive, that's great, but I think I would have moved a few of these plants a bit closer to the ground where it stays a bit more moist, and then slowly but surely let them climb up against the background instead. Like for instance this one, it's probably going to die when it starts up here, but if you start it in the soil and you keep it quite moist, then it's going to climb up against the background and actually transport water and moisture across the background instead. Also, like, the tank in general looks really dry. It doesn't feel all that moist throughout it, but once again that can be that you just haven't misted it for a few hours. But I wouldn't be afraid to mist it quite a bit more than this. But so if we're actually going to give this one a score, I think there are some like very strange and out of place plant choices in here that will probably have to be addressed, or that may not have to be addressed but will probably be regretted, perhaps. So I think that drags it down a notch, and it's also like a bit dry, but once again it's a freshly set up vivarium. We've seen like, I mean, more than half of the vivariums today have been freshly set up, and it's very difficult to judge them. So I think 6.5 or a 7. A 7 because it's a big and nice tank, and this is a very good starting scape for one of the like simplistic plant approaches that I usually take, where I don't really care too much about having the perfect background or having plants in every single corner. I just throw in some hardscape, let the plants do their thing, and I think this is a good hardscape to start on for such an approach. So I'm definitely giving it a 7, and if some of the plants were replaced, then it's probably going to become an 8. But for now I think 7 is reasonable, because some of these plants choices are a bit strange, and I would guess that a few of them are also going to die if they're not kept more moist. But who knows? Let's time. I'm getting tired. We have 3 more to go. And the next one was really funny, because this one is also going to house Phyllobates terribilis. And it was even similar measurements. It wasn't the exact same, but it was like a really wide tank that will also house P. terribilis. So that was a different one. So that was quite funny to see. I will just bring up their note really quickly as well. Set up approximately 1 week ago. Screen top started rusting, so I cut, drilled and sanded a new glass top while listening to the stream. So glad you've been you've been doing some good work while listening to me ranting about all of these setups. And now it's finally your turn. Filter foam substrate. No frogs at the moment. Will house 4 Phyllobates terribilis. I'm adding more leaf litter once it arrives. I'm open for suggestions of climbing plants and foreground plants. I don't really use too many foreground plants in my enclosures, but I think you've had some good inspiration while sanding your glass and listening to me talking today. Where was I going? There are of course some that you can use, and I'm trying to think of what I'm using. I feel like I'm more so just having some random of the background climbing plants that just so happens to spread more at the, well, maybe not front of the tank, but I think you get my point still. That's sort of just spread out. I can't even think of any good suggestions. For climbers though, you already have some. Is this, I can't even tell if this is quercifolia or normal ficus pumila that just have some wrinkled leaves. I'm guessing this is quercifolia, and if you ever struggled with the quercifolia up here, then just move it to the ground and lean it against the background, and it will be a lot easier to grow it. I'm guessing this is ficus punctada. I'm not quite sure. Other climbing plants, I always recommend Begonia prismatocarpa, because it doesn't just grow flat against the wall like ficus pumila crucifolia would. It actually creates a nice bush, but it still never grows too tall. It like stays around like 30-40 centimeters tall at most usually. And I said this in my planting guide, Begonia prismatocarpa is my most used plant in all of my tanks. So I have it in, what did I just say? I think 11 out of 17 Dark Frog tanks, but I'm not quite sure out of the ones I have. Like, I always use it, and I never get tired of it. You can also consider Begonia elagnifolia schultze, which is quite similar, a bit larger and sproutier, but also one that will cover the background, but also fill in the tank slightly more than a completely flat climber, if you get what I mean. So those are always fun to have. And then, I don't know, if you haven't watched my complete planting guide to planting vivariums, then definitely check that out, because I mentioned a lot of climbing plants in that one. If you hate yourself and you want something fast growing, then Tradescantias are there for you. That was not a very serious suggestion, but if you hate yourself, not as much, but still kind of, then you have Peleonias, but they are also very fast growing. Maybe some nice, like slightly larger begonias could be fun as well. Anyways, I've been just ranting about plants without talking about the setup. But my response for plants recommendation is watch my latest video, because I spent so long on that one. It's like a several month long project. But anyways, the setup itself, you can obviously tell that it's freshly planted. Who is surprised? We have been through this so many times today. But I think it has plenty of potential, and the fact that it has a hygrolon background says that, or tells me that the plants are probably going to take off a lot faster than some of the previous setups that we've seen. I can imagine that this one is going to be really lush fairly quickly, at least. So I think you can look forward to that. I'm trying to tell what aroids you have. I'm not sure what this one is. Would love if you let me know that in the comments or in the live chat. I'm guessing this is like a vanilla orchid, vanilla planifolia, and I'm not sure what this is either. I just thought that was a bit interesting. And so even though it's a very freshly planted setup, and obviously right now this hygrolon background, especially with all of this like different layers and different pieces of hygrolon on top of each other, it currently certainly looks a lot worse than, let's say, this background. But I honestly think that this tank will still look like prettier much faster, because I think the plants are just going to like this one more. And you will also have an easier time maintaining a good humidity balance with the hygrolon. so there will always be moisture in like the top part of the tank, while still the leaf litter gets time to dry out and so on. So I think you have a great start. There can be while listening to me while you were sanding the top glass parts for your enclosure, you have seen some great examples of enclosures where all of the corners were completely covered in shade. And while Terribilis is a bold frog and doesn't really care that much, I still think you could add like more hardscape elements and have some like really overgrown corners where the frogs could have a really great time. But like, it's fine. And if you just leave it like this, you're going to have a good looking tank. If you add more plants, like most people usually do over time, once their setups are more than a week old, then you're also going to have a good time. So I don't know, I think I'm giving this one a 7 as well. A good start. It's going to look really pretty eventually, but it's set up in a way similar to my tanks, where it's not very pretty at the beginning, which is totally fine. Second to last submission now. This one was 3 images, and I didn't even bother cropping the images. I just decided to move my face cam instead, because that was quite easy. This person sent I think 3 or 2 enclosures which house some crested geckos. Like one might have been a breeding pair and one was juveniles or something. I have to bring up the note from this person as well. We're almost going to hit 4 hours this stream, which is quite nice. Where can I find that one? Okay, here we have it. First one is 80 by 50 by 80 centimeters with foam background, and it houses 2 adult crested geckos. Only question is that some of the large philodendrons have their leaves turn yellow and whiter, but other than that it's doing great. Second terrarium is smaller and has 3 crested gecko juveniles, and after they sell their crested gecko juveniles, they were considering buying either small day geckos or their first dart frogs for that tank, and were considering Dendrobates leucomelas or Phyllobates vittatus. So I think these were 2 different tanks, and then the third one that I had on the next slide may have been the one of these, like maybe that left one from the side. I think it was this left one from the side that you can see here. Probably, yeah. Those are definitely the same, and then this to the right is a different one. And I will just move my face cam around back and forth a bit. What do you have to say about these ones? I think these are extremely beautiful tanks. I personally keep my crested geckos like slightly drier than this, but I think it's definitely in the range where it's totally fine nonetheless. Nothing to worry about there. And they certainly have plenty of hardscape in them. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be place for slightly more, but at the same time you need to have some balance where it has to look nice as well, not just completely squeezed, everything squeezed into one place, because that's not really too nice. So I think you have a really good balance of still having plenty of hardscape while also having like ample space to actually move or actually view the setup properly. So I think these are definitely the best crested gecko tanks that we've seen today. I'm assuming this left one is the one that you were considering for dart frogs. I think with some added leaf litter, some dart frogs would be really happy in there. You mentioned considering either Dendrobates leucomelas or Phyllobates vittatus. I love both of those species. I think vittatus is like a really great second frog species to get, because if you buy juveniles, you're not going to see them for the first few months. Still like a lovely frog to have. They're going to get much bolder with age, and wonderful frogs to keep. But as a first frog specifically, they hide so much in the beginning, especially if you buy juveniles, that I would probably get like the leucomelas first, and then get vittatus for some future setup. Just for that simple reason, because you tend to get so stressed about not seeing your frogs as a beginner and so on. But both choices would be great, and would love that setup. So I can highly encourage you to try out some dart frogs if you feel like that in the future. They would be really happy about that. So what score are we giving these setups? I think they could get I think they can get a 9. Or well, we have to decide one of them which looks better. It's quite difficult. They're quite similar. I think 8.75 maybe. We're going into the 2 decimal places again. I think 8.75 is reasonable. Maybe a 9 is actually totally reasonable as well. Let's just give it a 9. It's getting late. I'm feeling generous right now. Yeah, 9 out of 10. Well done. Your geckos are probably quite happy in here. And now it's time for the final submission of the stream. And that is this enclosure, which houses 5 Dendrobates tinctorius assyrius. Now, this would honestly be like a contender for one of the best tanks today. And I think the main reason I'm saying that is the use of ferns in the tank. You have this tiny one, which I really want to know what it is. So if you're watching this right now, then please let me know in the live chat. And if you're watching this afterwards, please tell me in the comment section what this plant is, because I have to know that, and I need that plant in my life. And I'm guessing this is the same one, but if it's not, then let me know that too. And this, I'm guessing, is just some Davalia species. But the use of ferns makes this tank extremely lush. My one complaint is that I don't have a good overview shot of the whole tank, so I can't really like judge it in its entirety. If I had an overview shot of this entire tank, I think I would actually give it a 10. But like I can't see the whole thing, so I'm not going to do that. But it's an incredible tank from what we can see. And I think your Dendrobates tinctorius can certainly feel happy inside of it. I mean, there are some plants that will just... Please keep that Ficus pumila trimmed down, because you don't want that to choke all of your beautiful little ferns and the moss and all of that. Maybe I would even consider trimming it out entirely. I mean, who knows? But yeah, this is an excellent tank. And besides these ferns, it's relatively common plant species. Like, it's just, I don't know if this is like cream fireball Nerigelia. This is actually Cebu blue pothos, so that's not a super common plant. And this is like a Philodendron gloriosum or something. That's just one leaf. I don't know how that's gonna work when that leaf grows. But like, you have so much Ficus pumila in here, and this is like a normal Philodendron scandens, nothing crazy at all. It's just like a big box store plant, but it all just works. It's so lush and beautiful. I really like this one. Pleopeltis polypodiodes. Okay, I'm going to buy that one as soon as I find it available, and whenever that happens is an interesting question. I also wonder what this fern species is, which is quite a bit bigger. It's giving almost the same vibes as my Didymoclena truncatula that I used to have, but I'm assuming it's something else, because something looks different. Yeah, I want to know what these ferns are, but besides that, just an extremely wonderful tank. If I had an overview of the whole tank, I think I would most likely give it a 10, because it's just such a good looking tank. Then again, I can also imagine that it will get crazy overgrown in like 6 months from now and be a nightmare to trim. But you just have to keep it trimmed down so it doesn't get too all over the place. And oh, you say it has been growing out since February. This is a great looking tank for such a young one, I have to say. And I really encourage you to trim it. Don't like let it grow too overboard, because that will just simply I don't know what to say really. I mean, if it's already looks like this after what, 4 months or something, I will, you know, it will be a lot more grown in like a year or so, if you get my point and see what I mean. So yeah, keep it trimmed down now instead of regretting something later once the ficus has choked and killed everything, because it's easy to just let it get to that point. But yeah, wonderful looking tank. I'm just going to give it a 9 and move on. I also have to catch up with a few chat messages. Somebody asked me like a long time ago, which I think I missed. I saw somebody ask me like a while ago what my opinion on dart frogs in paludariums is, and Scusi asked me this. I will put out a video most likely on Saturday in a week from now about whether you should have a water feature in a dart frog vivarium. So I'm going to save that for then. You will have to eagerly await that video. But TLDR, a water feature is completely unnecessary. It has some risks. It takes up valuable land space from the frogs because they're not actually going to utilize it, like for instance a fire-bellied toad or something would. It's possible to pull it off, but it's kind of yes, I am a beginner and want to make one. If you're a beginner, don't. That's basically the conclusion that I want somebody watching my video to come to. It's not impossible. Many of the arguments like dart frogs are definitely going to drown, etc., are kind of not really accurate, but it takes up a lot of space. There are so many different things that can go wrong, and you still have so many different other things that you can mess up that you don't really need another thing to mess up eventually. But yeah, you will get to see that video and draw your own conclusions from there, because whenever this is discussed in Facebook, the discussions are just so strange, with so many like verifiably incorrect facts and stuff that it's impossible to follow. So I feel like I have to make a video about it. Herbs forever, thank you for the nice encouraging words. It's people like you that keep me going doing this, what I am doing. And Herr Fabsel, the guy who had I think you were the guy who had this vivarium, right? For context, you had some follow-up questions that I just have to reply to. Okay, yours was number 22. What would you replace the monstera with ideally? I will move the ficus down in the shade of the fern. The hyggelon is meant for moss that I want to add later. Yeah, I wouldn't try to place the ficus in shade of the fern. I would try to get it some light at least. But if you just move it to the ground so that it's in moist substrate, it's more likely to survive. What would we replace the Monstera Thai constellation with? Anybody have any suggestions in the chat? I'm trying to think of something that will fit as more of a foreground plant in this place. I would consider some like slightly larger leaved aroid slightly further back, like Philodendron micans. Its real name is Hedracin var Hedracin, but Philodendron micans would work well. Philodendron splendid or Melanochrysum or Glorious, they also stay like relatively small, but those I would plant further back so they would at least be like up towards the this tree stump or something. I'm trying to think of other ones that I could place more in the front. I usually wouldn't put like even this leaf size in the front regardless in most cases. If you really want to have something like that, I have used Anthurium radicans X luxurians, which is like a hybrid that stays basically that size, without growing larger, and that's pretty much the only one I can think of that I've planted like in that way that you have currently planted that Monstera. Otherwise, most of my plants are actually background climbers that I put closer to the background. We have a suggestion for Monstera adansonii. I mean, that always works. If you like Monstera adansonii, then by all means go for that. Or even Monstera obliqua now, I guess that they are super cheap. Yeah. Scuds, are you unsure if your email went through? What animal did you have that you tried to submit? Philodendron Ring of Fire works well. I think they are ugly as shit, if I'm being honest. But if you like them, then go ahead. If you send in your vivarium for review with a Philodendron Ring of Fire in it, I'm not going to give you a good score. I'm sorry. But to each their own. Of course, I'm not supposed to influence your plant choices from the aesthetic standpoint. I'm only here to tell objective facts. Well, not really. Okay, one of the plants I asked about in number 23 is Philodendron fibricataphyllum. Yeah, fibricataphyllum. Okay. Just Tinctorius Assyrius. I have reviewed plenty of Assyrius setups, but I'm not sure if I have reviewed yours. If you do send it again and I do receive the email, then I will respond to the email at least. Because you've been quite active here, I feel like I should respond to that if I have somehow missed something. It's very possible that I have missed some submission. But okay, so I guess this one is fibricataphyllum. I don't know. Or maybe the one to the left. I don't know. I guess I can sit here forever. But now I think I have some plant suggestions. Also, Monstera siltepecana is one of my favorite plants, which is also kind of a climber. But if you were to place it here, then the vine would like crawl to the side until it finds a wall to climb on. So if you took like a Monstera siltepecana plant and put it here, then that would and you kind of direct it towards some wall, then I guess that would work. You have Gloriosum mentioned in the chat. They grow fast really quickly. That's the bad thing about crawling philodendrons. Gloriosum specifically in my tank is like not doing so well, so therefore it's not sizing up as quickly. But I have Philodendron Mame green form, and that one, it's like in a 90 centimeter tall tank, and it has like unironically has like 100 centimeter long petioles. Not actually, but it's just squeezed against the top in my Crested gecko tank. The crawling philodendrons, they really don't have anything keeping them down in size. Like the climbing ones, let's say Philodendron verrucosum, they have to grow like 3 meters before they actually get massive leaves in many cases. But crawling ones are quite a pain. But Philodendron glorious, though, it's a hybrid between Gloriosum and Melanochrysum. That one I can highly recommend. It's just much easier to take care of than like other ones. Herbs Forever asks, what is your favorite plant? My most used plant is Begonia prismatocarpa. I have it in like all of my tanks. Such a wonderful plant, and I spend like a whole minute talking about it in my latest plant guide. If it's like my favorite plant, as in a cool species, I think I would say Anthurium warquinum, probably. I mean, Philodendron verrucosum is up there as just a good all-round plant, but they also die to everything, so not really that great. I guess Anthurium veitchii is also up there. What else do I have? I'm just looking around. Monstera obliqua Peru is also amazing. Even though they're cheap now, they're still an awesome plant. I mean, they were expensive for a reason. But I think those are other ones. Pink Princess is a climber. Prince of Orange, exactly. I researched this for my latest video. Prince of Orange is, you would call those a self-heading philodendron, I think, in English. And I don't even know what I would say in Swedish to describe that one. But exactly, they just grow in a random spot. It's not the same as the crawling ones. Like the ones that crawl on the ground, they are the worst ones, as in sizing up quickly. The self-heading ones, they are very difficult to trim down in a good looking way. It's almost impossible. But they won't really grow out of control too quickly, at least. At least I don't think. I don't know. I dislike most plants that have like weird patterns without, what can you say, that have weird patterns that are still colors, like for instance pink variegated, or like Prince of Orange or Ring of Fire. It's not really my thing, but I mean, if you like them, then go ahead. Have you ever tried to use maidenhair fern in the Dartrog build? Yes, and it died. Very painful death. Actually, it was in a house gecko tank. I think it survived when I had it in a Dartrog tank for a while. Maidenhair ferns are like notoriously difficult to take care of. They can just die from everything, and I don't even know why it died. It was a very long time ago when I was inexperienced and stupid, but that sort of happens. I had a verrucosum and it did really well, then it didn't. Welcome to Philodendron verrucosum. It's funny how every single verrucosum hybrid is just better than verrucosum at surviving, that is, not aesthetically. Like Philodendron Splendid is just, it's good enough, like it's similar to verrucosum, but it's just not going to die as easily. And Philodendron Glorious, I mean, it's not even a verrucosum hybrid, but that one is just excellent. That's never going to die on anyone. It just grows and it's amazing. And of course Melanochrysum is also a fun one. Yeah, I think that's starting to wrap it up for this stream. It was a lot longer than I expected. I thought I would be going on for 2.5 hours max, like the previous times, and here we are, and it's past midnight for me. I've been going on for 4 hours, so I really hope you enjoyed the stream. I was considering doing a Q&A stream very soon, like in a few weeks, because I have plenty of free time now, so I can actually spend time on things that aren't school, which is amazing. And I was kind of thinking, like, am I really going to make a Q&A stream? Is anybody going to come and ask questions? But this stream has kind of convinced me that yes, people are probably going to have questions. So I'm guessing I will see you relatively soon for that. I have a video coming out on Saturday. Hopefully I should be able to get it out until then. I'm almost done with the script, and then I will put like maybe 2 whole days into working on it, and then it should be out. And I'm hoping to be able to produce like 1 video every week or every other week for the summer, though perhaps I will delay releasing them, so I actually release something during the upcoming years, instead of just being weekly active and then disappearing for 6 months. I have no idea what's going to happen. But yeah, I think I'm convinced that a Q&A stream is a good idea, and that's going to happen relatively soon. So thank you all for coming to the stream. I hope you enjoyed all of the vivarium reviews, and I will see you again very soon, hopefully on Saturday in a video, and maybe in 2 weeks for a Q&A stream or something. Who knows? Thank you for watching. I will see you eventually.